good friends. Remember when we were kids, parents will always ask us, who is he hanging out with? Who are his friends? Hang out with good friends. Friends have to be good friends. My best friends are still the friends I went to primary school and secondary school with. Many in the station of their lives, they are nowhere where they are. But they're the friends that will tell you the truth. They're the friends that are always there for you. Not the new friends you acquire when you have siren and all these big black cars. So these three things have never failed me. My faith, a family, and good friends. Anything else is just icing on the cake. You'll have successes and failures. You can all understand and domesticate all of these challenges into these three F's. So the present, this is where we are. And I'm sorry I'm going to depress you guys a little bit. So I came back to serve, as you know, and my struggle in the NHIS to do the right thing is in public. And as they say, all is now history. This is what I found when I came back. Nigeria has changed, but not all for the better. Not all for the better. Public service in Nigeria now is seen not as a trust, but it's a route to enriching oneself and his family. How much money did he make? Not how he served people. And of course, politicians are disconnected from the realities of our people. They're disconnected from the daily sufferings of our people. I'm from Kazana, and there's not only Kazana. You go to many villages, you pull out 1,000 naira, you go to the village square and ask for a change. Nobody can give you that because nobody has it. Nobody has that change. Nobody has. Rice, 50 kilograms of rice in 2014, 2013 was 7,000. Now is hitting close to 40,000. The minimum wage is 18,000. That is for those who have a job. And that is for states who pay minimum wage. So rice is out of the reach of the common man. Come from Katsina, I go to Cherenchi market, I have the prices of all food stuff. You wonder how people survive. Politicians do not know. And I come to Abuja, I look at your TV, you say, oh, 5G, e-Naira, and I just shake my head and put it off. We're disconnected from the realities of our people, from the daily sufferings of our people. Another thing I found out, there is a lot more public display of religion, but there is too little taqwa. Taqwa is the fear of God. Mosques are fuller, churches are fuller, prayers are louder. But the taqwa is much less. It's a religion, judgmental religion. Even among faiths, you are this, you are that. Of all the prophets that were sent, from Adam to Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he sent them with a message to their people. He did not send any one of them to judge people. Judgment is his. But here you are. You are not a good Muslim, you are not a good Christian, you will go to hell, you will go to this. As if they got an SMS to do that. Religion, someone told me, my boss was a rabbi. He was told me, Usman, a good Christian is a very good Jew. A very good Muslim is a very good Christian. Look at our scriptures. Yunus is Jonah. Samuel is just, we all have same prophets in the scriptures. We have a lot that unifies us. But many people that are not educated want to find things that divide us. Many want to divide us. A very good Muslim, a very good Christian, a very good Jew. You see them, these are ambassadors. These are human beings you want to emulate. We are judging each other. We think this guy is not a good Muslim, a good Christian, or who gave you that responsibility to do that? And I hear that all over. So, people, a lot more religion, but too little fear of God. We have lost our humanity everywhere. We've lost our humanity because what you see bandits are doing, or Boko Haram ISWAP, or IPOB ESN. So will any human being do this? We're all human beings. We all have red blood in our blood. We're losing that common humanity in us. And what I see is that the divide. There's a toxic divide now, ethno-religious divide. Toxic. Because we don't know our history, we don't teach our children. We don't even know the religion. We don't mix. And it's not every cleric that should be preaching. Because when you hear toxic preachers from the mosque and the churches, from people, you wonder, if these are the leaders, what do you expect the flocks to be? It's a responsibility that God Almighty has given to all preachers and traditional rulers to guard what they say. Because what they say are taken by millions to be true. We have a duty and responsibility as elders. Our restless youth, they are being fed a cocktail of toxic ethno-religious poisons, mostly by failed politicians. Mostly by failed politicians. I went to Lagos for a presentation. Literally, the kids were heckling me. Because I'm a Fulani man, they thought I'm a Buhari there to see them. And I asked all of them, how many of you have ever traveled up across the Niger? Nobody has. We don't mix. Parents are not doing the parenting they should be doing. We all have a duty and responsibility. The state of our nation, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to tell you, Nigeria is at the crossroads. It is facing the worst insecurity of our lifetime that is threatening the very foundation of our nation and our very fragile democracy. We're here to help our democracy. We cannot pretend there is no insecurity that is threatening this nation. This is the most important thing. Our democracy is still very young. It's been threatened all over the place. This is what I know. I don't know, and to speak about IPOB, Boko Haram, or the Southwestern problems. In the Northwest, banditry is what I know. I and Dr. Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, we ventured into the forest in 8 northern states, 5 in the Northwest and 3 in the North Central. Why did we go? Why did we go? Martin Luther King said, violence is the language of the unheard. If your kids at home are fighting, you want to call everybody and listen to him. We are Fulanis. They are flesh and blood. We are folks in the forest. We have lived generations with people. How did we get here? Why are we where we are? We went to Kaba for a medical outreach program. Many of the older in the forest, many of the older Fulani women and men don't speak Hausa. All they speak is Fulfulde and Yoruba. We went to close to the border of Benin Republic, Elisha Barutan. The leader, the emir there invited Sheikh Gumi because he was turbaning the Ardo. Ardo is the leader of the Fulani. Ardo of the local government of Barutan. Sheikh Gumi invited me, we went. You fly to Ilorin, the roads are, we were there. In the centers of the village, we were sitting. Sheikh Gumi, the emir, and lot of Fulani herders, lot of locals, Yorubas, Hausas, Igbos. Sheikh Gumi looked at me and said, we've been all over this country looking for solution. Say, this is the solution. He said, do you think the Fulanis here will ever allow any bandit to come into this community? Because the traditional ruler has embraced everybody. Everybody. We saw that. When we went into this forest, what is the role of traditional, of clerics I saw? We met all of these criminals. We met Turji, we met Halilu, we met Dogo Gide, we met in Zamfara, where we started. Zamfara, to me, like I said, is near and dear because that is where I spent my formative years. And for Sheikh Gumi, that is his ancestral home. And for banditry, that is the beginning of the cancer that has spread all over this country. When we went to see Turji, surrounded by battalion size of his troops, in military fatigue, deep into the forest, kid soldiers, 10, 11, 12, smoking marijuana. Wherever we went, Sheikh Gumi and representative of Sheikh Dahiru Bauchi were together. We didn't want to show any sectarian. 99% of the Fulanis in the forest are adherents of the Tijaniya sect. They were smoking marijuana. I didn't sit on the high table with Sheikh Kutama and Sheikh Gumi and Turji. Why? I wanted to engage the child soldiers. They wouldn't talk to me. They were smoking marijuana. You could smell marijuana. Before the beginning of every session, there will be recitation of the Quran. So I was watching them. They started reciting the Quran. I could see them dropping the marijuana, all of them, extinguishing this marijuana. Something was reaching their heart. They were quiet. At the end, when there was mingling, we went with two women from Gusau who are themselves mothers. And then one woman asked a question only a mother could ask of a little bandit. I was standing. She was asking him, why is your mother? Why is your mother? You see him drop his eyes. His mother was killed in one skirmishes. His father was killed. It's a mess out there in the forest. It's a mess. We are in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of internal civil war. Fulanis are fighting houses. Fulanis are fighting the Karkaris. Fulanis are fighting Nupes. Nupes are fighting Waris. Fulanis are. You have bandits that are armed to the teeth. You have passive bandits that are armed. You have Ensakai that are armed, killing each other. And then we drop the military. It is an internal civil war we are going through. There are only sane heads, sane leaders. And I saw with my very eyes when we went to Niger, in the forest of Niger. Our meeting was with war commanders from all 6 northern states. Deep into the forest, we saw Dogo Gide. We saw them shooting drugs. Drugs are fueling all the criminality, not only banditry, Boko Haram, ISWAP, IPOP, ESN. Before we went into the forest in Niger, in one village, I say, let's stop into one, let me check out. I went into the chemist. These are the drugs that are drugs of choice of these bandits. Codeine, tramadol, Pentax, which is an IV, Sudrex, which is paracetamol and high dose caffeine, Bosca. And then marijuana is, I found all of these drugs in that little chemist in that village. The chemist is not a local. The chemist is not a pharmacist. Drugs are fueling these crimes all across this country. And I call on NDLA. Instead of staying at the airport looking for cocaine that will go to America or Europe, they should work with governors and make sure all these chemists, there's no reason in this world I'm a physician to be selling tramadol or Pentax in the chemist. None. I saw this case trying to shoot drugs, IV drugs. So drugs. And in the forest there, there's arms race. More leaders of bandits have been killed by fellow bandits than by security agents. Killing themselves. And all this ransom they're looking for is to do what? To buy arms. Go across the border in Niger, they buy arms. Hundreds of millions of naira worth. Hundreds of millions of naira worth. Because you see them, you ask, where is the money? So drugs, arms race out there, and a civil war between communities that have lived for generations. And I saw the respect they have for clerics. Every Fulani man will tell you in the forest is a Muslim, even though they are not practicing. Turji told us he would not have gathered for anybody if it wasn't a cleric. Many of them had never seen Shagumi, but they knew it was a cleric coming. They knew it was the Imam of Sultan Bello coming. We all came. We would sit on the floor, surrounded by this drug, heavily armed. Each of the 6 warlords that came from across the state, their convoy is 200 to 300 motorcycles. Each one with 3 on the motorcycle. So 3 over 1,000, heavily armed, drugged, kid soldiers. Kid soldiers. We are in more serious trouble than we think. The only way to take care of this problem is for elders, clerics. They respect clerics. All over. IPOP, ESN, respect clerics. They respect, Turji told us he would not have gathered for any politician. They were there because they heard it was a cleric coming. So I saw the power, I saw how they listened to clerics. One of the kid soldiers touched me. Said, 10, 11, Alareni, what's the name of this cleric? And I told him Sheikh Gumi. Then the next time he touched me and gave me 500 naira to give to him. So the reason is this. We have a pathway to reach to the heart of these devils. We have a pathway. We must exploit that. Because I have said it again and again, I've written, I've told the military and everybody, although there is a role for the military in defeating banditry in Nigeria, it's not going to be a military solution to banditry. Because never in the history of warfare have conflicts like this been won on the battlefield. The military is there essentially to enable a situation where dialogue can happen. I salute our military. They know I'm one of their greatest critics. I criticize them because they are one of the only institutions in this country that I'm proud that truly deserve that name, Nigerian. I'll tell you why. The military is populated by people from all corners of this country. You're looking for somebody who is from bandit land, you're from Boko Haram land, from IPOB land, these are their people. They're not foreign soldiers coming. So I tell the military, I criticize you because you are our military. You are our brothers and sisters. We love you. But we must tell you what needs to be done. And I must commend the new leadership. And I'll do this publicly. We've criticized them instead of locking me up. They're listening, which is a sign of leadership. Anybody that criticizes you and you want to listen to him, it means you're a leader. But there is a lot more work that needs to be done. Neither the military, nor the politicians, nor the clerics, nor the traditional rulers can do this alone. Security is our duty and responsibility, all of us. All stakeholders must be involved. I spend time on security because without security, I always say 2023 will be a bridge too far. We must be honest with ourselves. Our people are hurting. Our people are in pain. It is the traditional rulers and clerics that are holding the top of this volcanic eruption. And I see them everywhere. We got work to do. And I have lately been engaging youth. And this is what I realized. We've not been talking to our youth. They see us, including me, as those that have destroyed Nigeria. Those that have destroyed their opportunities. We have gone around youth tertiary institutions in Maiduguri, in Yola, in Sokoto, even radio stations in Onitsha. Consistently, this is what I hear. Surprisingly, I don't hear them insulting people because of their faith. It's because of lack of opportunities. I tell them, kids, life does not come with a remote control. You have to get up and change things. You must get involved positively in the process. I go to Katsina, where I come from. Kids will come to me and say, Prof, we've been saying we should vote, we should get it. Why should I vote? We have voted our son. We gave 1.2 million votes to the current president. But all we see is death and destruction. And I tell them this is all the more reason in a democracy why they should register and vote again. In a democracy, your power. And I came with my PVC. Each time I go and talk to kids, tell them, in a democracy, this is more powerful than any AK-47 or AK-49. And I tell them, I want you young men and women to register, to vote, and flush out bandits in our politics. Those I call political bandits. For goodness sake, you see the sufferings of your people. We go to the forest, I come out, we shed tears. We need victims of bandits, unspeakable horrors. We go to IDP camps. These are our people. We cannot remain in Abuja and pretend all is well. All is not well. We must engage our youth. That they should not despair. They should get positively involved. They should register to vote and demand accountability. They should resist the temptation of selling their votes. And of course, they should say to hate speech, drugs, and they should listen to their parents. Nigeria has a lot of promise, I told them. I have seen it. I have been out there and came back home. But this is what I noticed. That elders, all this insecurity is because elders have lost control of their youth. And Fulani Arbos, deep into the forest, will tell us. They will shake their head. Kachalla Turuji today, his mother and his father have literally disowned him. His mother says she would not drink any water if they say it's from her son. Many of the parents. Elders have lost control of their youth. We Fulani elders have lost control of our youth. That's why you see Fulani kids doing drugs and all of this thing. Kanuri elders have lost control of their youth. That's why you see Boko Haram as well. Igbo elders have lost control of their youth. That's why you see IPOB and ESN. Children that have never experienced the nightmare of war. So also Yoruba elders. We saw that during NSAS. There was not a single Yoruba elder that could stand and bring this case to order. So we are also disconnected from our youth. We must engage them. Engage them. I don't want to talk too much, ladies and gentlemen. I have just 1 more minute to go. All right. I want to, what is the role of traditional rulers? I haven't said. One more slide, now we'll be done. Top traditional rulers. This nation we call Nigeria was built on the sweat, blood, and lives of many of our heroes past. Fortunately, some of them are still alive. And I hear them talking. Nigeria cannot afford their silence. They need to come in. I often ask myself in the depth of my depression about the state of this nation, that if the nation is failing, where are the statesmen? If the state is failing, where are the statesmen? The meeting here today answers my question. The statesmen are not sleeping. They are doing their part. And I say just the optics of their eminences, the Sultan of Sokoto and the Khan president, seen together by our people, even if they don't say anything, that is reassuring to our people, that at least our elders are talking. They are talking. Nigeria needs their wise counsel. Traditional and religious leaders, like I said, are seen as the conscience of the people. I call on the federal government, they must provide security for our people to go back home on their farms. That's the only way we can have credible elections. And I call on traditional rulers to be talking. I have seen clerics here that talk about security. Ramadan is coming. Let us take this opportunity to be talking about how we bring our people, calm our people, how the government must bring security to our people, not just for their election, or their convention, or their rotation, or their zoning. That is the primary responsibility of government, and clerics and traditional rulers must hold them accountable. Voter apathy. People don't want to vote. Youth especially. They don't want to vote. Why should we vote again? And voter apathy is because of their dissatisfactions with government and because of insecurity. So these are issues that clerics and traditional rulers that are with the people, not us that come and go, will have to address it as a challenge. Okay. Traditional rulers should ensure that politicians do not impose candidates. Electoral integrity is very important. Imposition of candidates, stealing ballots, buying ballots, these are things we would like to hear from pulpits and from the mosques. These are not acceptable. This is not democracy. They should deliver good governance, fight corruption. Most importantly, they should govern with the milk of human kindness. They should govern with the fear of God. Finally, let me again preach to the preachers. That our leaders, especially those saddled with the responsibility of securing the lives of our people, they need no reminding that on that day that is certain, they will be called to account, undoubtedly, for every bloodshed, every innocent life lost, every family bereaved, every woman raped, every person kidnapped, every ransom paid, every cattle rustled, every person displayed to the IDP camp, and every family that goes to bed hungry on account of their actions or inactions during their stewardship. So when I see people rushing to buy form, I pray for them that they do not know the burden that leadership has. Not only the constitutional, but the divine burden. Our clerics and our traditional rulers should remind them. Finally, I will end with a prayer that, oh God Almighty, guide us and our leaders to do that which is right and just. Heal our wounds and bring peace to our land. Amen.
I believe we can do better than what we are doing. Such an impeccable speech. Thank you so much, Prof, for the time spent in preparing this paper and for delivering the paper so well. I believe that we were so impressed with the delivery. Thank you so much. Please also permit, before I call the next speaker, to recognize also here with us our brothers and sisters who will be discussing after this section. Professor Basso Aben. Please appreciate him. He is here seated. Sheikh Nuru Khalid is also here. Sheikh, you're welcome. Associate Professor Madina Abdul Rahim. You're welcome, Doctor. Dr. Leah Omar. Lydia Omar. Doctor, you're highly welcome. It's important we know that they are here for this. I will call the next speaker, and thereafter Our technology is improved. We'll listen again to the video, but permit me now to call on our brother, Mr. Andy Mukemene, the Deputy Director Research of the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. He is representing Professor Dr. Bakuth, D. Bakuth. Put your hands together as we welcome him to the podium.
I like coming to occasions like this, where I see erudite professors speak. And I want to thank the last speaker, Professor Usman, that your speech was wonderful. And when I grow up, I will be like you. We happen to be in the same age range, where he said he's 61. And I say these are the same people that we enjoyed Nigeria with. And he's telling us to pay back. So everybody in that age range, if you have not paid back, please, before you leave, bring 10,000 naira to me so that I will use it to go and pay them back. My name is Andy Mukemene. I'm representing my DG, who is unavoidably absent. He's out of the country, so he just asked me to come and represent him, read his paper. I just pray I read the paper the way he wrote it. But I also like to say that I've gone through the paper. I think it is worth reading. I stand on the existing protocol. I feel highly honored to be at this unique event on building and sustaining the culture of peaceful election in Nigeria, the role of pledge of the faith and traditional rulers, hosted by the International Dialogue Forum for Peace and supported by KAISED. I want to start by thanking the Almighty God for the vision and initiative of IDFP in fostering peaceful coexistence between Christians and Muslims and among all ethnic groups, led by the Sultan of Sokoto and the President of Khan. I also want to say that their deep understanding of the problem of this country would have given them the initiative to get into this, to form this forum. So I want to thank them for the choice for this 4th annual conference, because this conference could have come any better time than now, especially as we wait or are looking up to the forthcoming elections. If we look at what is happening today, we have seen declarations and declarations. We are seeing somersault and overtaking of politicians. We are seeing alignment and realignment, everything taking place. We are also witnessing the ups and down movements of the electoral bill and the current jigging of the judiciary to use the court to remove some sections of the bill. We are also seeing the removal of governors and lawmakers for political cross-carpeting and the use of hate speeches by political opponents within and across the states. These are early warning signs pointing to what we should expect in future. These are early warning signs pointing to what we should expect in 2023. These are early warning signs pointing to the fact that if we don't start sensitization like this early enough, we are going to run into problems. Therefore, sensitizing the electorate and calling for a peaceful election in 2023 should better start now, else we might lose it. On this note, I welcome everybody again to today's event. Looking at the mandate of the invitation, what we expect that we come here to talk about and produce concepts and terminologies and explain various issues revolving around violent election and how to create the cultures of peace. But my paper will try to concentrate on raising critical and fundamental issues on the roles of the faith and traditional rulers, aiming at stimulating discussions at this conference in line with the vision and mission of IDFP for Nigeria. The mission being that a country where there is religious tolerance, mutual coexistence, freedom of religion, and an end to hate speech, as well as mobilize adherents of all religious faith in Nigeria towards creating opportunities for building trust, building confidence, and cooperation through dialogue. The phenomenon of electoral violence has remained one of the defining characteristics of Nigerian democratic process, and a bane to the development and peaceful coexistence of our people. The problem has continued to intensify with its corrosive effect on the democratization process in the Fourth Republic, and to a large extent threatening the unity of the country. This is expressed in the increasing manifestation of physical, psychological, and structural violence perpetrated against political opponents, the citizens, and the entire structure and system. Invariably, this has constituted a sense of insecurity, electoral apathy, and legitimacy crisis in the polity. Systematic academic research and secondary sources tend to support the correlation between electoral security, which includes electoral violence, and sustenance of peace and democratic culture in the country. Findings also reveal that the threat to electoral security is a product of a complex set of interactive factors characterizing various stages of the electoral process. Various attempts at understanding the root causes of electoral violence in the Fourth Republic, in particular, is closely associated with neo-patriarchal character of the Nigerian state. The nature, the kind of party politics being played, the weak democratic institutions and the architecture, the institutions and other architecture, as well as the inefficient electoral management bodies, among others. The fact that these were among the factors that led to the fall and collapse of the First and Second Republic, and that the survival of the Fourth Republic involves adherence to the ideals and principles of electoral process as practiced in ideal democratic societies. Most of the elections we had in the past from 1979 to 2015 were all affected by corruption and rigging. The European Union Observers Mission described the 2003, 2007, and 2011 election of the state at the federal level as marred by serious irregularities and fraud. They commented that 2007 general election fell short of basic international and regional standards for democratic elections, and that given the lack of transparency, the evidence of fraud, particularly in the result collation process, there can be no confidence in the result of the election. Similarly, similar comments have accompanied most other elections in Nigeria, including the most recent elections. We have always understood that democracy is actually the best form of government in our new dispensation. But can we as a people confidently say that the governments we have put in place over the years are governments of the people? Can we comfortably say that these governments were put together over the years are government for the people and by the people? The answer is capital no. From the processes of the election, we understand that most of the elections were flawed and could not have been a representation of the people. The irregularities and malpractices that characterize elections in Nigeria have led to unimaginable conflicts that have assumed lives and properties of gargantuan magnitude. During elections, the ruling parties employed all devices using their powers of incumbency to suppress any opposition. They commit our national resources, especially finance, to influence voters and the security agents to protect and safeguard their manipulations during election. The consequences and grievances emanating from the electoral fraud and misconduct affect both our development and democracy. Some people have argued that most of the civil unrest which Nigeria is facing today, like the Niger Delta militancy, IPOP and others, is as a result of grievances felt during the past elections. When we talk of electoral violence, when we talk of non-peaceful electoral process, and we are looking at elections, what are we looking at? We are looking at pre-elections, we are looking at during the elections, we are looking at after elections. Violence could come at any of these stages. And that's why even Tafa Balogun, the former IG of police, in one of his papers said that all forms of violence that emanate at any stage from difference in views, opinions, and practices during the process of election could be regarded as electoral violence. Or, because the opposite, we are talking about electoral violence, the opposite is then a non-peaceful electoral process. Same to what we're looking at electoral violence could also be either psychological, structural, or physical. So if we're looking at electoral violence, we're looking at how is it physical, is it psychological, or is it structural? Electoral violence, among other forms, was reported to have claimed an estimated 629 lives between the start of electoral campaign and the commencement of the general and supplementary elections in 2019. To tell you, if we lose such a life because we are conducting an election, then we have a problem. 2023 is coming. How many lives are we going to lose? That makes us that makes this forum very, very important, that we use it to start campaigning for a violent, free elections. What then are the causes of a non-peaceful election? We are looking at the poverty and unemployment of our people. Poverty, according to Maslow, is a state of being extremely poor. It is a situation where an individual cannot meet the basic needs of life. Such a person, in line with the relative deprivation theory, is likely to succumb to electoral violence. It's likely to be bribed. It's likely to be his vote to be bought. It's likely to be recruited to commit havoc during election. The ineffectiveness of security agents too could be looked at as one of the major problems during the elections. How are our police? How are they funded? How are they supported? How are they taken care of? Are they properly equipped to handle electoral processes? These are questions that we need to look at to make sure that if 2023 election has to be peaceful, then we have to look at such areas. What about penalties for elections? We found out that in Nigeria, there are no specific legislations against certain electoral offenses, only for associated acts like arson, assault, and murder. The law, for example, has made provision for the snatching of electoral buses from polling stations, or even stuffing of electoral buses. Moreover, the penalties for acts associated with electoral violence like assault and arson are generally weak, which cause that as we try to review our electoral bills, we should try to look at some of the penalties we put up for penalties and strengthen them so that people can be deterred from committing electoral violence. We also have the issue of the weak government and corruption. Corruption has been a big issue in Nigeria. Big issue because it affects every nook and cranny of our society. During elections, government money, whether we like it or not, are used for electoral processes. People are bought. Voters' votes are bought. And we lose a lot of money. It was reported in Guardian newspaper as one of Guardian newspapers that we have lost $582 billion to corruption since independence. Can you imagine such a whopping amount of money? And that between 2021 and 2015, we lost 1.3 trillion naira public funds to corruption. The EFCC, set up to fight corruption, could have been doing their best, could be doing their best. But can we say they are actually producing significant results? We want to think that without corruption and government influences, probably such bodies will perform better. Another issue that has made our electoral process very, very unpeaceful is the issue of commercialization of the electoral process. Our electoral process now is an issue of the highest bidder takes it. Who pays the highest amount of money takes it, especially when it comes to the issue of a delegate election. Delegate election. And that is one of the things that are being fought today at one of the bills. When you have delegates to go and represent you, the delegates could be given billions and millions of naira to make sure that they support a particular candidate. So when they sell their properties, when they borrow huge sums of money and sign away their souls to the devil in human or spiritual form to attain a political position, what do we expect from them? Because whether we like it or not, some of these politicians involve themselves in various devilish acts such that some take oaths for you to vote for them, and it happens. When they sell their souls to such spiritual platform, who do they take orders from? Do they take orders from the citizens, or do they take orders from their spiritual godfathers? We have a situation of small arms and light weapons. This is one thing that, as my prof said, drug and small arms and light weapons move together. In a situation, it is reported that we have more than 690 million small arms and light weapons all over the world. And 2.3 million of these small arms and light weapons are in Nigeria. These weapons perpetuate violent conflicts and create a new cycle of violence and crime. The weapons also undermine the work of humanitarian and relief organizations and militate against sustainable development. Until we curb the circulation of small arms and light weapons, violence and crimes will keep persisting. How then do we build and sustain a culture of peaceful election in Nigeria as faith and traditional leaders? What then is a culture of peace in the first instance? The United Nations sees culture of peace as a culture that promotes peaceful diversity, which includes lifestyle, pattern of belief, values, behavior, and accompanying institutional arrangement that promotes mutual caring and well-being, as well as a quality that includes appreciation of differences, stewardship, and equitable sharing of resources. If we understand that, then we understand that the culture of peace involves institutional structures, including bodies like INEC. To what extent have we been able to make bodies like INEC truly be independent? To what extent have we been able to make sure that our security forces are well equipped? Institutional structures. The culture of peace must start from such institutions to make sure that they do not prepare for violence, but prepare for peace. The next angle in that definition looks at the manifestation of the violence or anarchy. How are they manifested? They are manifested by vote buying. They are manifested by ballot box snatching and stuffing, hate speeches, writing and rewriting of election results, If you look, that is the second area. But the third area, which concerns us mainly as faith-based and traditional rulers, is the area that looks at the deep culture of violence, moving from the deep culture of violence to a new culture of peace, which involves the human being itself. The human being itself. To what extent are we working on the human being to make sure that that culture of violence which he has imbibed is desensitized to become a culture of peace? This is attitudinal. Therefore, there is an urgent need to change the perception and behavior of citizens towards election and the electoral process. Do we see election time as a payback time for politicians, especially those who turn their back to the citizens, or a time to make the right decisions, the right choices for a better tomorrow? And forget the fact that enriching yourself today is selling you tomorrow. By extrapolation, we are talking about transforming the entire Nigerian society. Our perception, attitude, behavior before, during, and after election fall short of progressive desires. How then do we achieve this new culture? In Nigeria, religious leaders have many avenues to prevent electoral violence because the electorate form majority of their congregation. Both Christians and Muslim leaders can use the pulpit, radio, or television to calm down and encourage people, to calm down people and encourage them to conduct themselves peacefully and not respond to provocations. They can also encourage their followers to register, collect their voters' card, cast and protect their votes during the election. In recent electoral cycles, we have seen and heard His Eminences, the Archbishop John Cardinal Naiko and the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Said Abubakar, who are co-chair of the Nigerian Interreligious Council, speaking in favor of peaceful coexistence and the escalation of tension in the country. Their role with others in the signing of the peace accord between His Excellencies, the President, the current President, and the President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was an epoch-making event in the electoral history of this country. These roles also played by Imam Muhammad Ashafa and Pastor James Buye, co-coordinators of the Muslim Council Interfaith Dialogue Center, have also encouraged communities to remain peaceful during and after election. But I think we as religious and traditional rulers could still do more. The question, which I think the Prof also raised here, is, as Christians, as Muslims, do we fear God? Do we fear God? Or is God in just our lips or in our hearts? Do we practice the facts? Do we practice the faith we preach? Or we just speak it out? Why do we fear oracles and deities more than we fear God? Why do we obey the oaths before oracles and deities more than we keep to the laws and doctrines of our God? These are issues we should soon look at. I, for example, went to one community for peace building in Anambra State. After talking to them as individuals, preaching and preaching to them as Christians, the conflict still continued. Until one traditional ruler at a point in time said we should please try the tradition of Ikome. I'm talking of in Ayamelu local government. And behold, this is a fetish tradition. But the oaths were done, rams were killed, cattle were killed, and boxes of corpses were made, carried to this other community, from the other community, bring the corpse to this other community. They were buried, and libations poured and prayers were made. My brother and sister, that conflict settled. Nobody wanted to go against the oaths they took and all the deities that they brought before them. That's why we ask ourselves again this question. Do we as Christians and Muslims fear God? Another very critical area that we think that our faith leaders and traditional rulers will play active role is the area of political education and sensitization. These politicians come to us for anointing. They come to us to take blessings before they move for their elections. They come to us to pay homage. These are opportunities for us to talk to them. Tell them what they are doing, what the consequences of violent election. Tell them what they should do to talk to their people to make sure that there's no violence during election. Another area we should stand for and stand strongly against is the issue of human rights. Electoral processes in our country have violated and keep violating the rights of individuals in this country. As election comes, ritual murders increases. These ritual murders, where are they happening? They're not happening in the air. They're happening in communities. They're happening in altars behind various forests in the country, belonging to various communities under some traditional rulers and faith-based rulers. It is important we start looking at that and making sure that human rights are not violated. Women's rights are also not violated. We have a political situation where women are actually disenfranchised from participating in election because of party politics because of the way the political system is, because of the way we run our political parties. You have elections, you have meetings by 10 p.m., 12 p.m., 2 p.m. in the night, and you expect a woman to attend such a meeting. It is a structural differentiation, the disfranchisement of the women folk. And a country does not involve the women and the youth in their political process is actually not moving anywhere. As religious leaders and traditional leaders, I want to look at, in the open letter to Muslims and Christians in Nigeria by Professor Sani Luga, the Waziri of Katsina. He said, we Nigerian Christians, we Nigerian Muslims and Christians who make up more than 90% of the Nigerian population have the ultimate duty and responsibility of making Nigeria peaceful and progressive by not only professing religiosity through churches and mosque services, but also by putting the religiosity into practice in our daily private and public lives. In the same way, Fethullah Gulen, in his book Towards a Global Civilization of Love and Tolerance, called on the world citizens to love and tolerate one another. Love, for example, is the ultimate law of God in all religion, and it puts into practice decency of a society, it puts into practice peaceful society, it puts into practice a culture of peace, it puts into practice toleration of one another and living peacefully with one another. Let us all then learn to tolerate and love one another for peace to reign in all facets of our society, including our elections. Another thing that our faith leaders and traditional leaders will look at is promotion of development. If you look at the summit of World Summit for Social Development, Copenhagen, 1995, on social development, social justice, and the eradication of poverty, it states clearly that there is a correlation between development and peace. If there is no peace, there can't be development. In the same way, that is why UNDP, for example, and most development organizations make it very clear that whatever we are doing, we should make sure that we try to develop our society. Developing a society means that people will be gainfully employed, people will be gainfully engaged, and there will be no room for recruitment of young people into violence. Education remains the principal means of promoting the culture of peace. We need to use both the formal and informal structure available to us as faith and traditional rulers to inculcate the culture of peace. This includes the family, the media, and other social institutions. We need to transform the entire concept of power from the logic of force and fear to the logic of reason and love, especially in our electoral process. Therefore, our faith and traditional rulers should endeavor to acquire peace-building skills like dialogue, mediation, negotiation, conflict transformation, consensus building, cooperation, and nonviolent social change to help them in their call for peace building, in their call to make sure that the society is peaceful. Other things we need to look at are the wider participation of women and youth in our polity, whether you like it or not. In just a simple example, where only men have their meetings, there's always one conflict or the other. Where women only have their meetings, one conflict or the other ensures. But when both men and women put together have a meeting, there's always a check and balances, whether we like it or not. We check ourselves. There are some statements we won't make. We say, if I make this statement, how will this person take it? Therefore, there's a need for us to start talking about inclusion, and inclusion of not only men, but also the women. Not only youths, but also women. There is the issue of democracy. We should also make sure that our democratic processes are strengthened. We should also invest in peace building. Over the years, we find out that we invest more in war. We buy armaments. We spend huge of money in war. How much do we invest in peace building? I look at one institution, for example, like the NYSC. Prof comfortably told us his experience in NYSC. That is an investment in peace. But today I see people, because of insecurity, we are talking of scrapping NYSC. To what extent? What actually are we thinking about? We are saying that let us start investing in peace. Let's start creating situations where we spend money in peace building, where we spend money in making sure that we have society, engaged societies peacefully, and they live in peace. When we spend money to make sure that your next door, you understand your next door neighbor. We spend money in making sure that the person in the north understands the person in the south. In the same way, let us spend money in making sure that in elections in Nigeria, we have peace than planning for violence. Politicians go out to get money to buy guns. Why can't they use the money they use to buy guns for election to use to talk to people to have a peaceful election? Other areas I think we should look at are, we should stand for good governance and electoral reforms. We should also stand to ensure that electoral institutions are strengthened. If we don't have strong institutions, we cannot have good and peaceful election. If our judiciary can be bought, we cannot have a credible election. If the INEC can be bought, we cannot have a credible election. Therefore, these institutions that actually are the security agents that actually execute or manage the electoral process should be strengthened and make sure that they believe in the ideals of a good and democratic society than working with the spirit of getting it and only for myself, my family, and I. In conclusion, as we move towards as we move closer to the 2023 general election, there is a need for peace before, during, and after the elections. As we look at the structural framework for the achievement of a peaceful election, let us not forget that it is not the hood that makes the monk. Therefore, there is a need for the traditional and faith or religious organizations to preach, sensitize, and mobilize for peace in all their sermons, in their teachings, in their meetings, as well as any opportunity they have for continually building this culture of peaceful election in Nigeria. The people make election lack credibility. The people create violence. The people shortcut and circumvent the process. The people seek for lucre and crumbs from the politicians' table to do their bid. The people throw away their cherished religious and traditional doctrines, principles, norms, and values to dine and wine with the devil for electoral successes. Therefore, while we need to dress the monk to look like the monk he is, we need to first make the monk in character, in attitude, and behavior. Let us all in our faith and traditional sector, to us all in our faith and traditional sector, I will draw your attention to the words of Professor Luga, the Waziri of Katsina, in his open letter to Nigerian Muslims and Christians. He called on us all to please Islamize and Christianize Nigeria. If we are true Christians, if we are true Muslims, we will keep to the doctrines of our religion. We will keep to the practices and teachings of Jesus Christ and Muhammad, who preached peace. In conclusion again, he concluded by saying that our souls shall rest in peace in heaven if our souls give peace on earth. Thank you.
Please, if you want to clap, please clap. It's been so awesome. Our brother, Mr. Andy, please kindly accept our thanks for this wonderful presentation. We listened attentively, and I want to say that as mothers, even if they fix the meeting at 11 p.m., we'll attend now. So we will not say it's late, and we know as husbands, you will approve that we'll attend the meeting, because they will not change the time. So we have decided to attend no matter the time they fix the meeting. Thank you so much. Please, once again, let's appreciate the speakers for the wonderful job they did. Please, before we continue, let us listen again. I told us that for now, IDFP, we are still open to more funders, but for now, KAISEED is our funders. So let's listen to the video from KAISEED as the remarks.
Greetings of peace from the board of directors at KAISEED. We're also very happy that the Interfaith Dialogue Forum is meeting in person after 2 years of the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected us all, over 200 countries, every continent, more than 400 million people testing positive. But more importantly, I think what the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated is the importance of solidarity, of thinking together, of working together on issues just such as public health, conflict resolution, the environment, all of this for us to focus and to work together. At KAISEED, I think we've always recognized that religious leaders have a very important role to play. the nature of KAICID itself and its dual platforms. One, to engage religious communities. Second, to work with governmental organizations and governments, I think places KAICID in a very unique position. And as you meet in Nigeria, we know that both these spaces are spaces that you must engage with. We know there are conflicts to resolve. There are very particular issues like the challenge of the Boko Haram. There is also, I think, regional agitation and growing violence. Of course, there's also the farmer-herder disputes, and I think all of these will require attention. Conflicts, whether at the local level or the global level, affect communities and nations alike. And we know the lack of peace not only influences everyday life, but lack of a peaceful environment impedes a momentum towards a development trajectory that allows people to flourish, to progress, for people to come out of poverty, and for young people to dream of a world that is more equal, a world that is more supportive. I'm delighted to say that in the new strategic plan that is going to be implemented between 2022 and 2026, we have placed a very important focus on this policy dimension. It is our mission to enhance the capacity to lead and to facilitate interreligious dialogue, both at an institutional level, but also to equip individuals to engage in these processes meaningfully. This, of course, I think comes out of the understanding that the world is increasingly becoming multicultural and multi-religious. So for us to live in peaceful coexistence, for us to think and aspire for a world where everybody's voice and practice and religion finds equal respect, requires us to build new capacities, acquire new learnings, and find new ways to work together. This is where I think it will be very important for me to say that KAICID's commitment to the Interfaith Dialogue Forum for Peace, your impact and also your importance is so crucial for us. We know our work and the strength of KAICID lies in its partners, particularly the platforms that we have created that allow for interreligious cooperation, dialogue, and collective action. And therefore, I think we look to you with great hope, and we know what an important role Nigeria has within the landscape of Africa. We also aim to support effective and sustained actions taken by platforms such as yours. So you can be assured of our support as you go forward. May I also commend you on the theme that you have chosen for this General Assembly, building and sustaining the culture of peaceful elections in Nigeria. And you highlight the role of faith and the role of traditional leaders in allowing for these democratic elections. Representation of the general population of a nation comes to its full circle in general elections, and that you have taken such an important theme, not only to look at the peaceful conduct of elections, but also the participation of traditional leaders and religious communities in this in a constructive way is commendable. So again, on behalf of the Board of Directors at KAICID, our Secretary General, our staff, and the many who work with you at the Interreligious Dialogue Forum for Peace in Nigeria, may we offer you our greetings, and may we remind you of the support that you will always find in us to carry forward collective action and commitment to being active agents of peace building.
Thank you. Now we can clap again because we heard, and we heard very well. Please, there is going to be a little adjustment, but that is it's actually for our own good. The tea break will come, the snack will come on your table. You can quietly take your tea at your convenience. But at the moment, we want to open up for few questions to the speakers, very few, which will be anchored by my immediately after this question. Please, the movement behind, let's try to reduce that, please. Immediately after that, we'll go out for sections of photograph and a group photograph if possible, looking at the crowd. So at the moment, I want to call Imam Fanisa, who will anchor the question section. Very few questions. Imam Sami, please.
As my sister is tired now, she recognizes my presence. Good. That is how we work. We are elderly, so we allow youths to do more. Thank you so much. So you have heard the presentation of Professor Yusuf Usman, who preached to the preachers, and I love it because the preachers, of course, are supposed to be preached to. Because some of us, okay, let me say some of us, not most of us are debating. And again, we have heard the paper well read by our friend, the doctor here, who did justice to the paper of Professor Bakut, who is our friend and our Oga at one level. Yes, friend and Oga at one level. Professor Yusuf also is a friend and Oga at one level. So now let us take some questions, few from, and will be gender sensitive, please. So both papers, you have had them. So it is now time for questions and answers. So let us hear, or let us see. Okay, I have seen one from behind, then two. So I have the two there. Then three here in the middle. So you are one, Sunday, your friend there is two, and then Mala Halur Mada is three. Then, sister, where is the sister? But did she raise her hand? Sister Kusanan. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5. Number 5, then we stop. Any 5, any sister again? Which sister are there? Did she raise her hand? Okay, then we have to. Then we start with you, Sunday. Pastor Dr. Sunday. Pastor Dr. Sunday. We need one of these mics to be given to people. Yeah, 1 minute, please. Sincerely speaking, 1 minute. So I'll be on the watch. So after you, Dr. Sunday, then the one on your left, then we come to Mala Al-Rumada, then we come back to the sister there and the other sister here.
I'm really glad to be in this very meeting. Listen to the first speaker, Professor Usman. And, when he was presenting his paper, I discovered that other clerics from the Islamic sect were at the bush, or in the bush talking with the bandits. But I discovered that because this is an interfaith program, I discovered that there was no one Christian cleric that was invited to go with them. Was it deliberate that no Christian cleric was invited to go with them, or what are their reasons why they didn't go with the Christian cleric? Thank you.
So, let us get...
Thank you very much. I just have 2 questions, one to the first speaker and one to the second speaker. My name is Mugu Zakabako. You can call me Mugu. I'm fine with it. You asked us whether we fear God. Yes, we fear God. If not because of the fear of God, I'm sure we wouldn't have Nigeria today. We still fear God. Professor Usman, you talk about engaging the youth to resist the temptation of selling their votes And this was concurred by the second speaker who talked about vote buying. How can you have the youth that don't have anything doing, they are walking on the street, they don't have means of livelihood, and you are telling us or asking or advising that they should resist from selling their votes. This is practically impossible. The second question is to the second speaker who talked about culture of violence versus culture of peace. So how can we have a culture of peace? I'm speaking, let me speak as a victim. I'm from Zangon Katap, where people are killed every day. And how can you talk about culture of peace when our society is militarized?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 3.
Yeah, the lady, yes.
Who? I will tell.
Thank you very much. My name is Rafato Abdul Hamid from University of Abuja. My question goes to the second speaker, where he made mention of the issue of commercialization of the electoral process. I think this is one of the problems we face in our electoral process, where delegates are given money to vote out nominate candidates. My question here is, how can religious leaders play the role of ensuring that money is not used in the process of this electoral process, so that there will be true and fair election? We all know how money is in our society today. What role can leaders or faith leaders play in this process? Then this first one, another question goes to the first speaker, where he also talks about issue of selling of votes. I look at the society today, many of those people that sell their vote, when you have conversation with them, the excuse is that they are, the poverty is so tense on them, and there are no assurances of whether if these leaders come into position, they are going to give them what they need. So this issue is also another problem that we need.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, then the lady there, the lady on that side. Yeah.
Look at the lady here. Is it? Look at.
No, we counted a lady there because the third speaker or the fourth speaker said that somebody has spoken for him. So
there's a lady here.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. My own is just to reiterate what the first speaker. Thank you very much, the both speakers. You have done well to the topic. But my own is that I want to reiterate what the first speaker has said, that one of the participants is even asking that, do we fear God? The reason why maybe the first speaker said, do you fear God, is that in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, لو آل القل آمنوا واتقوا لفتحناهم بركة من السماوات والأرض ولكن كذبوا. That God said that if that we will believe, we will have his fear and believe that he will open all the doors of blessings from the earth, from the heavens of the earth. But we, ولكن كذبوا, but we deny, or we I don't know how to put it. And that is why we are finding ourselves in this situation. The thing is that, as he has, the speaker has preached to the preacher, is that we should go back and believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that is the solution to this problem that we are having now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the last. Professor Agogo, Peter Agogo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is a little comment and a little question. We know that Nigeria and Nigerians have lost a lot of credibility, and they have imbibed a lot of unfruitful changes in their lives. And this one cut across so many sectors of development. But let us look at the culture and the politics itself. Children and elders have lost contact with their cultural beliefs and practices. Leaders have lost the part of being faithful to the part of corruption. And they have also no longer execute decisions that they pass in their governments. Looking inwards, I'm asking the two presenters now, what are the ways out so as to stem the tide of violence and insecurity in Nigeria? When we look inwards, what are those things that are lacking from our culture that we have not been able to do so that we'll be able to stem the tide of violence? Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I think over to the speakers now for response. Please, let's try and settle down. Please settle down. If you're not doing anything, please settle down. Thank you. I'll start with Prof. The mic is before you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Right, thank you very much for the question. The first one was asking why were Christian clerics not invited? Was it deliberate? Neither were Muslim clerics invited. We went in there not at anybody's invitation, not at the behest of any government or any organization. But we found it is a duty and responsibility of every elder, every citizen to do his part. Ever. Don't wait for invitation. If you're waiting for invitation, nobody will send the invitation. It will never come. Rise up and do your part. Yeah, when Kanuri's criticize us for doing this, I say, guess what? If Kanuri elders go do what we do, Boko Haram, things will change. If an evil man criticizes me, I say, go and join issues and make sure issues with IPOB and ESN are taken care of. Yoruba person too. A Fulani man that criticizes doing this, I say, what? You understand full day? Well, your full day is no use if you do not use it to bring peace to our land. So we're coming to a forest near you. So ladies and gentlemen, wait for nobody's invitation. Get involved locally. It's not everybody that can go to the forest. Everybody must do his part. So wait for no invitation. We've gone to 8 states so far, 28 states more. We make sure we go to all the nooks and corners of this country because there are people, we go there, we preach peace. The basis of Islam and all religions is peace. And that's what we go around to preach. So no invitation is sent. We didn't see any invitation card. So ladies and gentlemen, do your part locally, wherever you are. The second question talks about youth. The youth, why should they not sell their votes? And I've said it again and again. Nigerian youth, these politicians will bring you money, take that money and put it in your pocket. It's your money. But don't sell your conscience. It's your money. The fact that the senator or governor gives me money and you put in your pocket, it's no sin. Put it, but vote your conscience. He will not follow you to a voting booth and make sure you do that. Another thing I did not say about the youth, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen up. And I'm calling on the federal government, I'm calling on all clerics. The federal government needs to listen carefully to this ASU strike. Nigeria cannot afford another round of answers. Our children are home, doing nothing. The longer it takes, ASU strike is going to have a negative national security implication. So elders need to get in. The federal government needs to listen to legitimate demands of ASU and see how we can settle this strike and get our children off the street and back to school. as answers happened because these kids were bored at home. Let us not repeat that. We cannot afford this time in this country. What is the way out? The professor there asked. One of the things I told you, all across this country, elders have lost control of their youth. Elders need to come in. And this is what the conversation we're having here. Fulani elders need to come in. Kanuri elders need to come in. Tiv elders need to come in. Igbo elders need to come in and see how we can take this space and give hope to our children. They do not see there is any hope. They don't. They've gone to school, they come back, there is no job, only the child of the rich gets job. And things are getting difficult. So elders must step into this space and see how they can help. Another thing, like I said, there is a rule for the military. There's not going to be a military solution to any of these conflicts. Our government must understand this conflict and see how they can come in to solve this problem. Boko Haram is different from banditry, it's different from IPOP, it's different from Igboho's Southwest crisis. But none of this can you solve with the military solution. How many soldiers do we have? They are overstretched in 34 out of 36 states in this country. They are essentially doing internal policing, which they are not trained to do. And our Nigerian police has become an orphan service because we are over-militarizing security. Hunger is a security problem. Children staying at home for this long is a security problem. Poverty is a security problem. Lack of investment on the youth is a security problem. Youth unemployment. Federal government must invest on people. Must invest on people. When we were growing up, we didn't have all these flyovers and tarmacs. Governments of the time invested in us and were able to become productive citizens. Lastly, the fear of God. Our parents would always tell us, the fear of God. As a child, you feel like God was just next to you, whatever you do. That's what they taught us. And that's what we forget to keep telling our children and the society. And that's why we're here, clerics. I see a lot of promise in this country, but this promise will not come from anybody out there helping us. We must help ourselves by all getting involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions and comments. One of the questions said, how can we have a culture of peace when our society is militarized? When our society is militarized. They said Nigerians use question to answer question. Is it better to also keep militarizing the society? If the society is militarized, is it better we keep in the militarization of the society? What we are saying is basically, our government should protect our society. We can then now come in with peace-building strategies and mechanisms to foster love, understanding, and forgiveness. If we do not get to the dialogue table, we will have a circle of violence which will continue and continue and continue. Therefore, we are asking government to secure our society. Then let us call the issues, the stakeholders, to a dialogue table and change the narratives. So by the time we change the narrative, the trajectory will also change, and we will now have a peaceful society. The other question of buying or vote, I think, and commercialization of the electoral process, Prof has answered it. Okay? We need to sensitize our society. If they give you money, take the money, put in your pocket, but do not sell your conscience. When we talk of selling votes, we are talking of selling your conscience. If they bring bag of rice, collect the rice, but do not sell your conscience. Vote for the person you think that you need to vote for. The other one says that way out of violence, way in our culture, what do we do in our culture? What are the issues in our culture that will take us out of violence? thing we discover in our country is that we do not, or even the government don't take seriously researches. For you to be able to understand a conflict, there must be need for you to research the conflict. Do a baseline and understand what the conflict is all about. Just like what Paul said, if the dynamics of IPOP conflict is different from the dynamics of the banditries. If you don't understand the dynamics, you might not be able to understand what are in the intricacies in the conflict that needs to be changed. Therefore, we need to start every conflict situation, attend to every conflict situation with a baseline, with a research that will expose you to understanding the conflict and then be able to know the dynamics and then to know how to solve them. Our culture, we're not saying that our culture per se, when we talk of culture, we're talking about the way people live their life. This way people live their life that is violent. How do we change the way people live their life to be peaceful? It is the way we conduct ourselves, in our attitude, in our behavior, in our character. That needs to be changed. Thank you so much.
Please let us appreciate our speakers and our members who were bold enough to ask questions. Thank you so much for that. We are still on tea break. If you've not had your tea, please make sure you take a cup of tea. And if you don't have a snack, just lift your hand and the ushers will come to you. We want to take group photograph and here, and we'll start with the table. Please, we want us, if it's possible, to have everyone appear in this photo. Haji Lantana, please. Let them help me with this time to move the table. Yes. So, yes. What are the ushers? Let me have two ushers, please. Come. Yes, others flank behind. What do you want to play? Bottles, the plates, yes, we are packaging it now. This is taking our time. Can we do this fast?
And as we look forward to 2023 general elections, This woman, they go.
Photographer, please, we need to take the photos now. Ushers, let's have the lights on. Please, we want to make sure women are not bled. So can you come with? Thank you, sir. Please, the photographer. Please, can we leave the table for the photographs, please? Journalists, please, let's move one side. The name will get you all the details you need. Let's clear. Please take the high table first. Journalists, please. Please, as they are seated, all the CCC members, please come forward. Come forward to join the photograph, please. All CCC members, wherever you are, please come. CCC members, they are all together now, Mama. CCC, all CCC members. Please, if you're a CCC member, come up, spread. Okay, photographers, let's go. If you're a CCC member, please come here. Please see, check our bank, check our program. You have their details there. still stay where you are. All IDFP members, please, let's come and find a space and take the photograph, please. All IDFP members, please. We can still, if you're not as tall as some people, you can stay here. No, with a seat. Is it possible to have a seat? Okay. You're very okay. Mama, you can stand with her. If you're ready, are you ready? Others can go. If you're a fellow, please don't go. Remain where you are. Guys, sit fellow. Guys, sit fellows, please come. Guys, sit fellows, please come. Where are the fellows? Come. Do we have all the fellows here? Okay. Dolly. Please, discussant, can you come check with the speakers? Please, we are starting in the next 5 minutes. Please, don't leave. Unless you're stretching yourself, please don't leave. We are starting in the next 5 minutes. The discussants are ready, please. Ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, please let's come in and settle down. Let's come in, let's settle down now. No. It's okay now. Please, ushers, call in those who are still outside. Our brother Sheikh Mariah and Co. I adjourned that meeting there. Come, let's start. I move for adjournment. Come. Let's start. Pastor Sunday. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. Please, we are on the next item, panel discussion. And we have our beautiful sisters and our brothers here who will do justice to the paper that was just presented. Please, can we settle down, please? Dr. Jat, we want to recognize the following up here to the podium. Please, may I invite Professor Tasso Aben to come up and take his seat. Please appreciate him. He is sitting very close. He's going to sit very close to Prof. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. In the same vein, I want to also welcome Sheikh Nuru Khalid. Sheikh, please, you're welcome. Sheikh, please, you sit by Al-Haji on the other side. Let me call on our beautiful sisters. Dr. Lydia Omar. Dr. Lydia Omar, please, welcome. Sit by our Sheikh Khalid. Thank you. And the last but not the least, Associate Professor Modina Abdul Rahim. You're welcome. You sit by Bishop Sunday Onoha. Thank you. Please, may we at this time give a befitting round of applause to all our discussants. And of course, we are aware that a lot of us still want to ask questions. Please note that immediately after this section, we'll take your questions. Please, thank you. Our panel of discussants, they have just limited time, just an hour for the four of them. And that means that each of them will be called to do a summary of the papers in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So permit me at this juncture to remind us once again that our team, we are considering says building and sustaining the culture of peaceful election in Nigeria, the role of faith and traditional rulers. Please, let's minimize the noise, please. Thank you. If you listened, like I did, to two of our speakers, you will agree with me that they did justice to that topic. But let us go more. Let us bring it in our context as Christians and as Muslims. Let us see how we can take advantage of our position as leaders in the church and in the mosque to see to a peaceful and credible election in Nigeria. Permit me to first invite Professor Tasun Aben, who will open the floor. Please put your hands together for him.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, greetings. It's a wonderful privilege for me to be invited to be here and also to have the honor of listening to the talks that were given, the main talks that were given. It is in my own role now, I desire to speak mainly from the Christian point of view. And then to say something about what it means to be a Christian and how this manner of being a Christian can come out in this cycle of politics and in the cycle of peace. I think every Christian knows that it was in Corinth that followers of Jesus Christ were first called Christians. And the reason they were called Christian is that they were mimicking the teachings of Jesus Christ. They were practicing the teachings of Jesus Christ. They lived the way that Jesus taught them to live. And they behaved in the manner that Jesus Christ told them to behave. Hence, they were called Christians. But then there is another aspect to Christianity which comes through from Paul. And St. Paul is dominant Christian person. He's sometimes controversial in some of his pronouncements. But Paul gives us the meaning of Christianity, not the definition, but the meaning. And Paul says that what it means for a person to be a Christian is to have God living in them and to have God at work in them and for them to have the power of God exhibited. Therefore, Paul comes, God living in a Christian is more of the Father living. God working in a Christian is more of Christ at work, and God's power exhibited is more of the Holy Spirit. So Paul has a Trinitarian approach to what it means to be a Christian. You can find this in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 3 to 10. Now, Paul speaks that a Christian who has these three aspects in them shows something outward. What does it then entail? Sometimes you find that these two ways of looking at who a Christian is gets into problem. Some people use the definition and they think it is contrary to the meaning. So you have people talk about a Christian and a true Christian. Now that dichotomy is fallacious. We only have a Christian. And one aspect of looking at a Christian is the definition. And Paul now goes on to say, what does it mean to be a Christian? And that's what we're going to talk about. It means in our context in this country, the entailment is that we have identity properties. The identity properties or characteristics are those things that define us and show us as to who we are. So what does it mean to be a Christian or to live in the church today? It entails having some of the divine properties in us. Those properties that change our identity. There are at least 4 of them. One is humility. The other one is sincerity. The other one is patience. And then the 4th one is peace. We know that these are properties that God, even as a Christian, you think of Christ as an incarnate, you cannot drop them. They are properties that cannot be given up. If you give up peace, if you give up patience, if you give up sincerity and humility, it's very hard for you to be identified as a Christian, because these are identity-making properties. And then we can say intuitively that whoever doesn't have these properties is not a Christian. But then there are also moral properties. These are properties or characteristics that show forth in the way we interact. And these properties, the major ones are 3. And if you go back to Paul, Paul says that these are the 3 greatest things we look forward to. And these 3 properties are love, hope, and faith. Now, Paul insists, and all Christians insist, that there is something that goes out of us into society, and that has to be love, it has to be faith, and it has to be hope. How do you demonstrate this? This love is demonstrated vertically and horizontally. Vertically is our love to God. And then horizontally is our love to one another, to our left and to our right. I say this carefully because all of us have love for God. And I don't know why my sister chose to put me as a team man next to Fulani. You know, it's not easy for me to sit here. You see, so Bauer and you know. So, but as a Christian, I have to show vertical love and horizontal love. Even if it's Bauer, even if it's next to Fulani. And this is what it means to be a Christian. Love that does not go next to one another supervenes on the love of God. Paul says, how can you convince me that you love God when you cannot even love your neighbor? So if there is no horizontal love, that love supervenes, it presses down our love of God. This is the way that the Christian look at it. Now, the other one that is very important in Pauline idea and the Christian life is hope. Hope is a confidence that we have in God. Not confidence in things we see, but confidence that we have in God, that he's the creator, he's the maker of all things, and he's the sustainer of everything. So we hope, and we have this hope that in the end, God's agenda for the world must be carried out. So when we have this hope in us, we don't behave as people who are hopeless. We don't give up. I'm sure that even this meeting rests on this concept of hope. If we give up on Nigeria, we won't be here. If we give up on the idea that God still has something great for this country, and that it is our responsibility to bring that about, we won't be here. The third one is faith. Now we know that faith, as Christians sometimes define it, is the assurance of the things that we hope for. And this conviction we have. But I want to speak on that type of conviction, because a lot of times when we have faith, we believe that everything going on in the world is for our good. If you don't have this concept, every time things happen, you think it's against us in this country. There's a lot of good going on in Nigeria.
Okay, Prof, you have to round up now.
Yes, conclusion now. Even if you hadn't say, I'm there. But I think as we conclude, I know that Prof made mention of things that are going on. I think we have to acknowledge the power of secularism. The Western secular system and its emphasis on science more than on God is what is affecting us also. It is not just social media. It's this emphasis on no prayer in school, no prayer anywhere, and you find that Western society is influencing us secularly. So as Christians and Muslims, it's for us to appeal back to God and to say that there is something God wants us to do, and we get that done, not the secular word. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Indeed, God's agenda for the world and for Nigeria must be carried out, irrespective of whatever we are saying. Thank you so much for that summary. Once again, can we appreciate Prof, please? Thank you. Prof, I don't know whether I pronounced your name well. Is it Tasso or Tesso? Tesso. I did well. Thank you. Thank you. Please, at this time, Prof, thank you very much. I want to hand over to our sister, Professor Modina Abdul Rahim, for her summary and submission in 10 minutes. Let's appreciate our sister, please.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين رضيت بالله ربا وبالإسلام دينا وبمحمد النبي ورسوله والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. May peace and blessings of Almighty God be unto everyone in this hall. Those are the 20 Arabic I've said. I give glory to God. Then greet all of us with peace greetings. Standing on the existing protocols, all my co-discussants, the lead lecturers, and everybody in the house. I want to diverge a little from my brother's style. They want me to summarize the two and probably expand a little under 10 minutes. The first discussant inform us of good virtues, starting from the basic unit of the family, which is the family. Basic unit of society, which is the family. He talk about friendship, good friendship, and he talk about faith. Later he move on to talk about how Nigeria was positive in the olden days, during his own younger time, and how, as he's growing, Nigeria have changed negatively. What he benefited while he was growing, he mentioned it, and what he's seeing now, he recounted it, talking about the politician, the office holders, and the government. And he said, in his own days, governments were building, investing in women. And today, they are investing in bridges and infrastructure. We want to ask ourselves, should we drop one for the other? Should we say they should keep on investing in human and forget about infrastructure? No. We You rather say it will be better for the government of the day and anybody holding offices to marry the two together. He said parents have left their responsibility and try recounting a journey he made with Sheikh Gumi. And somebody asked the question, why was it only Muslim clerics that made that journey? He answered it brilliantly, saying nobody sent them the errand. They felt there is need for it. And that was the reason why they left for it. On this note, I want to, because the sitting is not a religious sitting, I want to look at it this way, SARS and MAS, that well, probably the areas where they've covered, in terms of Boko Haram and insurgency, they have the feelings that majority of them are Muslims. I want to call on the Christian clerics to look at exiling, and the Christian clerics stand up to do the same. After they might have told the way they are turning, I asked him shortly. I said, sir, but the journey, we are yet to see the fruits. We only heard the shout. And he said, there are so many settlements in the bush. So they are still touring. That when they are done, they would announce their achievements. Meaning that in a way they are assisting the government of the day. So I want to appeal to the clerics, the Christian clerics, to start the same. And by the time they finish the tour too, the two groups should meet and now revisit both ends. Maybe we bring end to the problem of Nigeria. He equally said that so many students in the north, they were out of school. They've closed so many schools because they don't want them kidnapped. Those kidnaps are yet to be back. For now, I wouldn't know, sir. Instead of Nigeria is still one. Instead of making those schools closed because of insurgency, yes, they could be closed. But can't it be a walking through this city where those students will be brought down to where the schools where such is not being felt for now? Once those problems is solved, yeah, they can go back to their schools. So I want this city to please look into that so that those students will not be punished or be affected unduly. Thank you. Equally, he made mention of we striving for election. In fact, we are seated because we want to chart a path for 2023 election, peaceful path for that matter. And he made mention that without security, 2023 will be a bridge too far. Well, they've started electioneering. APC convention have passed, so to say. Maybe soon, other conventions will start. Is there a way by which the Interfaith Dialogue Forum can come in? We are looking at a doom come 2023. May God not allow it to happen, in quotes. He ended by talking about the students at home. I am a NASU member. We are on strike. And we are not on strike because we want to be on strike, but because the government of the day refuses to attend to our needs. And we can't continue to be suffering. We have been suffering so far, so long. So no option than for us to be at home. But this our being at home is not in the interest of the student put in our care. Hence us, we all witnessed it during COVID. We don't pray such repeat itself. And Yoruba used to say, sorry, apology to the elders, those people that do not understand Yoruba. They are back to you another. Elders will not be around, and the young ones will now be misbehaving. There should be a meeting point of calling these youths to order. Why has parents failed? Parents have failed because they've left the path of God. was talking, he said he didn't make mention of women at all. And I was amazed that why do you think all this problem could be solved without women? When the Almighty God says, he has put the men a degree above the women. And that this of Prophet now said that if a nation is good, look at the women there. And if that nation is the other way around, look at the women there. And on that, I post a poster saying when things were good, those are the days of our own mother, and part of our own parents. Now that is going haywire, that is time of ours. Meaning so many parents have left their job undone. We are mothers to our husbands, just like we are mothers to our children. If we refuse to constantly remind them of God, they are clerics, yes, but they are so weak. They know themselves, we know them, because God put us by their side. If we really refuses to call them to order, things at home continues to go wrong. And on this note, I want to say that concerning his own aspects, there is need for us, which will now lead me to the second speaker's aspect, for re-engineering of our minds. For God's sake, it's been put in prayer that God will not change the condition of a group of people until they change that is within them. So until you and I resolve to change what is within us, dialogue will not work. He said military cannot do it. It's dialogue that will do it. But if we leave the path of God, by allowing him to live in us, there is no way out. So what we need, firstly, for this group to thrive is advocacy for the engineering of minds. The second speaker talks more about we have system, but that system is not working. Why is it not working? Government is not playing its role. He made mention of institution structures like INEC, judiciary, and the likes. Yes, we have the system, but why is it not working? Because our system is not playing its role. And politically, I don't know how feasible it can be for this group. Whosoever is going out to request for our votes, interreligious group, such people will either be Muslim or Christian. They should come and tell us their manifesto. We want to know their aims, their vision and mission. Do they have anything for us? And unanimously, instead of crying vow, saying it's Muslim that should go, it's Christian that should go, it's Muslim Christian tickets, it's Christian Muslim ticket. Nigeria says it's secular state. But indirectly, in a way, it's thinking towards religion. If a Christian person is in office, you will see him doing more to Christianity. If a Muslim person is in the office, you will see him or her doing more for the Muslims. That cannot assist us. We have to have unity of mind via dialogue. We have to resolve within ourselves that this group must have a key role in the forthcoming electioneering process. However, he made mention of commercialization of electoral processes. But the way he handled it, I don't know, I have a poster. He said that is what is responsible for the lack of inclusion of women and youth in the process. And he said the issue is still being fought at the National Assembly today. It's because the presenter is not the writer. I will have asked him to throw more light on that. I don't think commercialization of electoral processes has hindered women from participating. However, he made mention of wider participation of women and youth in politics. And he said something unique about women, that it will allow the women to to bring to play their unique experience, their talents, their vision, and potentials. And all these can be harnessed in building and sustaining a culture of peace.
Thank you.
The nature, in conclusion, the nature God Almighty have endowed women with. We are soft. We have emotions. We have empathy. We are not supposed to be found in courts where we are not wanted. And if our men see us the way we are and tap into the resources Allah have endowed us with, professionally, religiously, I have the hope that all of us will see a better Nigeria tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was beautiful. And you can see that Prof posted a lot of posers. And it is interesting to know that the dimension she took it, looking at it, both presenters. But it also was of a great interest to know that Prof is a member of ASU. Did you hear when she said that? Prof said, and I may not quote her directly, she talked about insurgencies, and she was wondering, how are we going to close school because of insurgency? What happens to the student? Did you hear that? You heard that? Then I'm wondering, how come ASU is going on strike and they are not considering our youth? That's another poser. We'll talk about it next time. Put your hands together for Prof, please. Please, thank you very much, Prof. That was a wonderful presentation. And permit me to call on Sheikh Nuru Khalid for his summary in 10 minutes. Sheikh, do you have a mic? No, just use the mic. Thank you. We have some online participants, so use the mic.
Thank you very much. I may be okay with my voice because the Lord endowed me with a very big and unique voice. Thank you very much. My job has been eased for me because I'm lucky to speak after the associate professor and the prop. Therefore, I have an easy task. I want to believe that the two speakers had made justice to the papers, especially by showing us the importance of having a peaceful election. And the last speaker pointed out that there is the need for a peaceful atmosphere before, during, and after the election. And that's a very good point. And I want to add to that a peaceful election is a reflection of a peaceful coexistence. True or false? True. Therefore, our job as faith and traditional rulers is to work for a peaceful coexistence in Nigeria by enhancing the essence of religion and polity. I want to believe that the essence of religion and the essence of polity is the same. There is no difference. There is what we call, or what the Muslim clerics call, the kulliyatul khams. Preservation of life, preservation of dignity, preservation of wealth, preservation of sense, and preservation of relationship. These are very vital to every religion. I don't see any difference whatsoever in that regard. Therefore, Nigerians, according to the submission, Nigerians deserve, need, and ask for peace. But they need to be guided by the faith and traditional leaders to reach that promised land. That is where we come in as leaders of faith and as traditional leaders to guide our people to that desired peace. And they have rightly pointed out that there will never be any development, or there will never be meaning to any development without peace. And the way out of our problems is, according to the papers, revival. We have to revive the culture of love, tolerance, forgiveness, accommodating, sharing, and caring. That is where will be the starting point of having equity and justice. And equity and justice are key to peace. Therefore, if we want to understand that, we have to identify the common enemy that we're supposed to fight. We are living in a mirage. In a mirage because we think that our enemy is the Fulanis, the Thieves, the Hausas, the Igbos, the Yorubas, No, we have common enemies. That is, according to the papers, we have insecurity as common enemy, poverty, illness, illiteracy. And that is why we are worried about the ASO strike, because it's increasing all these common enemies. But we are not blaming the ASO or the government, but we are cautioning the two to remember that education is vital to any society. Therefore, we have to fight these common enemies. And according to the submission, faith, if truly and appropriately used, leads to peace, not to destruction. That means that we are very religious, but less godly. We are not godly, but we are religious. If we can put it in the way our Islamic clerics used to put it, they will say that we have no taqwa. Somebody mentioned that we have not taqwa. We have not acquired the required piety. But more churches, more mosques are in place, but the members there are not pious. Even the imams and the what do you call them, the pastors, sometimes are not an example of piousness. We need to change that, and we have to stop that toxic preaching and toxic behaviors and toxic speeches. Before, during, and after election, we have to caution our leaders to understand why they are there. And one thing that I have not noticed in the presentation, maybe is my own oversight, is we don't talk of capability. We always talk about what promise, what kind of thing they think the politicians will do, but is there that capability? You know, sometimes the leader may be very sincere that he wants to correct the mistakes. He wants to detoxic the situation, but he don't have the capacity. And we have to let our people understand that capacity is very important. And at last they have shown the fear of what could happen during 2023 election. And everybody is, I mean, every sensible Nigerian, every serious Nigerian, think about the gesture. What is, I mean, trying to be the situation. We have to, as faith leaders, come together. And one thing I observe is that it is not an easy task for us to come together and fight the common enemy, because there are some satanic temptations over there that are asking, why should we come together as Christians and Muslims? Not knowing that even if Jesus Christ and Muhammad alayhim assalam will be here today, they will work together in changing the scenario, in fighting the common enemy that is destroying Nigeria. The first speaker gave an example of the price of rice now today, comparing with the minimum wage for those who have job to do. Now, how can you think that a society that is living in the situation Nigeria is living today has a future? I don't think we have a future. Ask any Christian cleric. He knows about cardinal virtues. And ask any Muslim cleric. He knows about usulul akhlaq al-fadila. We are not teaching people that virtues, that moral virtues. Our values are decaying. So we have to reconnect the society. Reconnect the society, as Prof put it, vertically and horizontally. Reconnect the society with the Almighty. Reconnect the society with its members. Reconnect the family, the father and the children, the mother and the father and the children are now disconnected. The society, neighborhood is no more working because people are disconnected. And most importantly, reconnect the policy makers, the government with the masses. There is a very large gap. The disconnection is very far. People no more trust the government. That is why you hear some people saying that they will not vote again. Even me, if somebody tried to tell me that time is off, I will not vote him in again. Thank you very much for lastly, we have to redefine our NYSC. It's no more walking. Therefore, we can use it to stop the corruption of recruitment in the army. Every student after graduation, let him go to soldier. Let him go to the army directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. Please, let's appreciate Sheikh and put our hands together for him. And thank you for summarizing. Among many notable things he said, I heard him saying that a peaceful election is a reflection of a peaceful existence. And that is word there for me. And that he did say that Nigeria deserves not just peace, but equity. It is important for us to place equity above equality. That is exactly what is needed in our nation today. Once again, let's appreciate Sheikh Nur Khalid. And the last but not the least, I will call our Dr. Lydia Umar for her submission in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please permit me to appreciate IDFP for this wonderful opportunity, actually to be part of history today, because looking at 2023, this has set the tone, and I'm very glad that I'm part of it. However, as a development person who has been in NGO for over 20 years, as a woman, and as a Christian, I really was in a fix from which perspective I should come. But I want to say that a lot of preaching has been done to not just preachers, but people that are already converted. So maybe I will lessen that one and try to do the two tasks that actually professionally as a discussant I should do. And that is, one, to highlight the contributions of the two presentations. If there are weaknesses or strengths, to highlight them. And secondly, to provide constructive feedback from my own end and from my own experience. Before I do that, I like to make one solid statement at the beginning. I read in Psalms 94 and verse 4, and it says that building a culture of peace is hard work. I don't want any of us to leave this place thinking that what we have put our hands to do is a joke. It's hard work. If you want to build a culture of peace or peaceful elections, it is hard work. And so when we leave here, let us leave determined. I'm beginning from the back. That forms part of my recommendation. And for our religious and traditional leaders, I would like to say, to whom much is given, and that's the Bible, much more is also required. So as you leave this place, know that a lot has been put on your table, and posterity will speak. 2 days ago, I received an email, and it contained a presentation from one Professor Usman Yusuf. And I read through the 27 slides of that presentation. And while I went through it, the first 22 slides all focused on security. And I'm like, I look back at my topic and I said, building and sustaining a culture of peaceful elections, the role of religious and traditional leaders. So I said, what is this man talking about? Why is he talking about security for the first 22 slides? And today, I'm glad I was here. early enough to listen to his presentation, because he has been able to prove the nexus, the connection between security and elections. It is not possible to have peaceful elections when there is insecurity. Prof, thank you very much for that. And those 22 slides can form a paper on security. But more importantly, I need to thank him even for the mode of presentation. You know, you can write something on paper, and when you present it, it may not send the message. But I need to say here that it was an excellent presentation because it came from the heart, a sincere heart. And that's something all of us should buy in. He talked about the state of the nation, and I was wondering, do we have any hope? But from all that has taken place today, it is definitely yes, we have hope. If you ask me to describe Prof's paper, I will say we got 2 for 1. We paid for 1 and we got 2. Because the issue of the state of the nation is a very solid foundation that unless we understand it and we deal with it, we might not even witness 2023 general elections. After those 22 slides, he had only 1 slide talking about about facts and projection on the current and the upcoming elections. And I was very, very happy when he showed the relationship between food insecurity and people selling their votes, like the second speaker said. The last 2 slides were the ones he focused on the role of traditional rulers. And here, I'm not going to fault him, but I want to raise some issues for consideration. I would like to touch each of us, ruffle the feather, so that we can begin to interrogate the statements that we make. First of all, this role of traditional and religious leaders, are they contained in the Constitution? Are they reflected in our electoral laws? That is an area for us to focus, because there will be very powerful politicians that will come up and say they really don't have a role. But we all know culturally that they command a lot of respect and a lot of authority. But I would like us to look at that more, especially with the recent happenings. I don't know how many of you have been listening, but something has happened. Is it in, I think, in Zamfara State, where the politicians now decide that they have the authority to appoint and to kick out any traditional ruler at will. That is a challenge. That is a threat we need to be thinking about. The youths on their own of recent, we have discovered, have eroded the respect that was around the traditional institution. It was a very sad scene when we discovered in one state, a traditional ruler, first-class ruler, was driving through the town, and young people were throwing pure water and stones at his car. I like to bring this to our notice so that we can begin to discuss, where are we now with traditional values? What do we need to do to restore them? That's why I'm bringing up these questions, especially with the threat by government. Even for religious leaders, some time back, government was saying, if you have been a leader in your religious institution for a certain number of years, you have to hand over. All these are threats to the roles that they can play. I want to say that we need to conclude for the first paper. Let me say the very strong statements that he made that we need not forget. He said there is no military solution to banditry, no military solution. And I want to come in here and say that there are 27 security agencies in Nigeria. 27. And what we have seen is that government will rather feed security agencies, particularly the military, than to do what we call prevention is better than cure. Personally, as a development person, I would rather government put in more money in building a culture of peace from the perspective that the second speaker said, peace education, teaching people how to dialogue, and so on and so forth, than just giving money to the military. What they are doing is not proactive, but they are being reactionary. He made a statement on the causes of insecurity. He said they are local and solutions must be locally found. I want to agree with him, but only to a certain extent. Because in this work, you have to think globally and act locally. A situation happened in Mozambique, and they had to invite Rwanda to come in. It was a security situation, and they did it. I'm not saying we should copy anything from anywhere, but there's always a lesson to learn from somewhere. If you keep thinking that you have all the solutions by yourself, you might be mistaken. He talked about elders have lost control of the youth, and I want us to take this a step further. At what point did this happen? At what point? And what was responsible? And what can we do to restore trust and confidence of the youth on our religious and traditional rulers? So the discussion needs to continue. It's not enough to say we have lost it. We need to begin to interrogate why and how we lost it. The second paper was very straightforward as a development person also. He divided his paper into 5 sections. The first one talked about historical background of election violence, which is very important. We need to understand what is it that is responsible for electoral violence. And he rounded off that section by talking about how actually violence has assumed unprecedented magnitude. The only thing I found missing here is concrete examples. They are very important because they speak. And I can give 2 instantly. After the election last year, we know how a woman in Kogi State was set ablaze in broad daylight in the afternoon because of her political belief. She was burnt. Now the next thing is impunity in Nigeria. What is it? Who has been brought to book? Who has been dealt with because of that action? No one. And you can't have a country that entertain and enjoy impunity and we think you can have peaceful elections. It is not possible. His second section was tracing the root causes of electoral violence, and he was able to link very nicely the current situation experiences in Nigeria as a result of the dissatisfaction of many people who have been disgruntled from electoral processes. We need to take note of that. And then the third section provided understanding of elections and electoral violence. He gave a number of statistics, about 3 of them I noted. Unfortunately, there are no references. I know in a meeting like this, we don't expect papers to be made academic, but the fact that you never know where this paper will end, it could get to somewhere where they will say, what? 11,000 lives lost between 1999 and 2006. How did they get these numbers? The reference will help. $4 to $8 billion lost to corruption. How did they get this figure? 1 million small arms proliferation in 2004. And that's about 18 years ago. So what we need is more current statistics if we are going to make a case. Causes of electoral violence was in section 4, and he listed about 8 causes. I'm not going to go into them. I want to pick just one. and said that this is something that we need to interrogate. The role of the military in elections. Is it helpful? Is it not helpful? If you remember practices in Osun State and other states last year, where the military contributed even to the confusion, and the police playing the ostrich, removing their eyes as if they are not seeing what is happening. For some of us, especially women, we would rather not have elections militarized, because many women will not even want to go there. When you see soldiers and their guns, you never know when there can be an accidental discharge. So you had better stay away. I agree in total with his discussion on the culture of impunity, weak penalties, but there is this law called the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law that many states have already passed in Nigeria. And like the one in my state, in Kaduna State, it has concrete sanctions for electoral violence. We need to just educate people to know about these provisions and to take advantage of them. I know I will soon round up. Last, in summary, I want to say that I have two recommendations. The first one is that this kind of meeting is good for us. It's good for us to look at the roles of the traditional religious leaders. But I am recommending to this organization to actually organize one for the primary beneficiaries. When there is peace in election, who are the ones that benefit more? The ones that go to contest election, the politicians that cause a lot of the havoc. I think there's a need, and also for women and youth, because they are also primary actors, because they go out in mass to vote. Yes. So there is a need for this organization to do something before 2023 to engage the contestants, women and youth. My final recommendation will be a sincere interfaith cooperation between the two religions. Sincere, honest. We don't want a situation where people are hypocrites and they do things. What they do in hiding is different from what they do in public. So let's give ourselves a chance and begin to interrogate a lot of these things. Thank you. On that note, I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Please, let's appreciate Dr. Lydia. Very beautiful points she raised there, especially in conclusion. She actually gave us two very solid recommendations. Which one of them she was encouraging us to engage more of the primary actors like politicians, women. And when she said women, somebody say yes, because they are vulnerable. Women, we cannot remain vulnerable. We have to be strong. Women, are we vulnerable? Thank you. Thank you. So we will do IDFP. Will see how we can engage women who are very strong actors, not because they are vulnerable, but because they have a lot to do to bring to the table, and then engaging youth as well to see how we can bring to a very effective, credible, and peaceful election in Nigeria. Please appreciate all our discussants. They have been so wonderful. Please, Michael will take not just questions, but contribution very briefly in the next 10-15 minutes, and then we'll give you logistics and announcement, and then we'll break for the day so that we'll have time. Tomorrow is another busy day. Please appreciate Imam Sani Issa.
The last speaker is Dr. Lydia Omar. That is an Iron lady, he said. We are together for the last 20 years working in these issues of development. And let me tell you, when she says we need an honest and sincere interfaith relations, she knows what she's talking about. Because she knows there are ceremonial ones that are taking place and bringing havoc to us. So you see, that's why she is appealing to us. Of course, the Interfaith Dialogue Forum for Peace, I can see them as honest interfaith relations promoters. However, she's saying more grease to your elbows, please, and do it well. Great. Okay, I know that there were two Iron ladies who were to ask questions before, and one Iron man. So let me start with the two Iron ladies, and then the Iron man, and then I take more questions for closing. So the two Iron ladies were not here. Subhanallah. Okay, they're here. Okay, let me start with what we can. What we can. The
I want to appreciate all the discussants because they have done very, very well. Even the people that presented papers too. But I have just few questions. The first one is, why is it that we as leaders, that is the Muslims and Christians now, we are finding it difficult to tackle the issue of violence in Nigeria? Looking at it, that most of the people that are perpetrating the evil thing, either kidnapping, robbery, killing, ritual killings, they are mostly Christian and Muslim. They belong to these two religions. Why is it that we cannot talk to them, for them to listen to us? And when some people said that they know them. So, and the sponsoring them too. So we should be able as leaders to talk to our followers. Like what the last person has said, we are telling each other the truth. We have so many gatherings that we meet, and yet we cannot talk to these people. We together, what is it after leaving the gathering that you are telling your followers? Are you telling them the exact thing they are supposed to know, or what you want them to do? Please, as fathers, as mothers, we don't want this evil to continue again. Let us think and bring up our followers as expected of us. What can be done as leaders to mop up firearms? What can we do to mop up firearms? How can we as leaders make a change in sales of forms to elective offices? Elective offices, the sales of forms are very, very costly. The price is very high. And we want women to contest. We want many of our women that are capable, that are intelligent, that are strong, that are very, very good to go out. So what can we do? What can we do to reduce poverty and unemployment in our nation? Also lack of education. More appointive position for women, we saw 50%. If you look at it, the women, they are agitating for 35% affirmative. That is in all the parties, that is add 35% to them. We are not asking for 50%. The word, excuse me, we are not asking for 50%, we are saying 35%. Why is it that we find it difficult to listen to women and to add them? I want to tell you that if you ask women, is, if you give women 35% in all the parties as we are asking for, you will discover that most of this problem will be solved because women are strong. They know what to tell their children. They know what to go out and tell them, and thereby solving the position. We are saying, look at the 5 points that the women have submitted, the bills for gender sensitive. Please, we are to look and put women in position so that our tomorrow will be better than today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Put it up. Yeah, the next is just near you before we come back. But because this is 1 minute, please, 1 minute. No, make your either question or comment 1 minute so that we close.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. In as much as I believe that we are working towards 2023 election, I believe we should live and think beyond it. Like a motto that says, not for today, but for tomorrow. And whatever we are going to talk about should make preparation for tomorrow. We have been talking about schools, education. Paul the other time made mention of the place of history in our schools. But a few years back, history was introduced into secondary schools. And civic education was made compulsory on every student. But the bottom of it is that no matter the percentage a student has in civics education, such a student cannot take it to the university. It's never a requirement for university education. And knowing the meaning of civics education, it teaches a citizen right from childhood all what he or she has to know about governance, about good behavior, about integrity, about honesty and trustworthiness. So in a situation where a student is cut short at the secondary school level and she cannot practice it when he or she gets to the university level, is giving us a concern. On this note, I call on this house to make a position paper to those that are concerned. The Ministry of Education, they should include it in their curriculum, and they should make civics education compulsory from the primary school level to secondary, even at the university, so that we'll be able to have a good society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, our discussants. I want to thank Professor Osman. He has really made my day. And every year, listening must also confess that he has made our day. But I have a question, sir. My question is very straight. During your visit, before and after your visit to this insurgents, you mentioned a number of people you went with in the camp of those people, and even the one that paid a tithe of 500 naira to a sheikh, or offering. So, sir, I want to ask. It was, in fact, I really thank you for that step of faith and encouragement. So my question is, since after your visit to these people, has it been any positive change in the area of repentance to these people you have visited? Has it been any change in the areas where these people, because he said one of them immediately started prayer, majority of them, they dropped their sin and the marijuana, and that shows that shows him much. If I must confess.
So I've been looking forward. What I am expecting is has there been any change since that visit? That's number one. Number two, those who our big brother, Dr. Andy, you are listening. My question is, what measure can be put in place to eradicate in totality the violence during election? Because the violence is becoming much. We are talking of kidnappers. We are talking of this now. This Yahoo plus people, boys, has entered into another dimension that I have a serious fear in my heart come 2023 election. And we must pray before we leave here. This coming election, I don't know what I'm seeing, what you are seeing them. Because the reverse is going to be the case. This Yahoo boys has taken another measure. They can kill instantly and eat human flesh. What measures can we put in place to prevent this? See it coming. They have no respect for pastors. They have no respect for sheikhs. They have no respect for traditional rulers. Imagine in Imo State, a traditional ruler was going to a meeting. They gunned him down, about 4 or 5 bullets on his chest, 5 on his head, and carried his body inside his jeep and snapped him picture naked. Not one person, not 2 persons. So what measures can be put in place to stop this?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Lastly, before I forget. And he also mentioned the hood does not make a monk. Many people will not understand that language. You see all this, not everybody is wearing garments of Reverend Father is Reverend Father. What? We are afraid of talking to sheikhs and we are afraid of talking to pastors because they will always tell you, they will always quote you in the Bible, Psalm 105 verse 15, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. With this statement now, or this quotation I have given, you know the area I'm going. Many are called, few are chosen. Thank you, sir. I rest my case.
See, we are taking the last 4. The last 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, just when you talk, you give in, please. When you talk, give in. We are coming. We are coming with you earlier.
Thank you very much. I will try as much as possible.
Observe the 1 minute, please, if you can.
Yes, I will. I'd like to appreciate all who have spoken to us. Something keeps bothering me. We are talking about building and sustaining the culture of peace. There is a lack of truth in Nigeria. As long as it is my own person who takes the action, I don't see anything wrong with it. If we come out from there, every other thing can follow. We were talking about credible candidates for election and positions. If I discover that somebody at the local level in my community has not impacted anyone, but he has someone in Asorok who will sponsor him, and he comes out, and nobody at the local level has the courage to say, you cannot do it. Please go and sit down. And every other person backs that person who has spoken the truth. We cannot make any positive headway. We should be able to speak truth to power and to ourselves. The problem of when you speak the truth, somebody will tell you, are you better than him? Remove the log in your own eyes before you look at your neighbor. It's a generic problem. We have to address this. The parents cannot do much because they have trained these people who become adults. They're no longer children. As long as someone becomes a graduate, his opinion is formed. And the parents can only be given advice. You can no longer control. When people who are 70 and above refuse to retire to become advisors, how do you want the young people to have respect for them and to listen to them? So we must have to give our young people, exactly, because people who are in places of, the jobs over 60 and 70 have refused to retire. And a lot of graduates are teeming population in the society. They have nothing to do. Therefore, anybody who offers a little thing to them attracts them and they will work for the person. We must have to talk about this culture. It is the culture that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the discussants prior to their presentation, the paper presenters, for a very wonderful and erudite presentation and discussions. My comment, please allow me to contribute while seated for all age. My comment centers on three things, but for time constraint, I would like to dwell on two. One, in relation to electoral violence. My question to the presenters, how could people who promote electoral violence quench the fire of that violence? Some religious leaders, not all, promote only candidates who practice the religion they practice. And this causes violence. In other words, some Islamic scholars promote only the candidacy of Muslim politicians. Some Christians also promote only the candidacy of Christians. So they always seem to forget about merit. And I know both religions, or even the three Abrahamic religions, they promote merit in terms of either appointment or election or anything else. What should come to the mind of religious leaders is merit. As I'm standing before you now, if a Christian candidate is better than an imam in my constituency, I will vote against that Christian and reject the imam. Because what religion teaches is the promotion of merit. That is why this country, we are not getting it right. So such religious leaders who campaign for only candidates who practice the religion they practice, how can they quench the fire of electoral violence? One, this is my question. Then the next one is on education. A particular part of the country, or let me say Nigeria as a whole, has about 15 million people who are out of school in the name of children. And even those who are going to the school, about 90% of them are only school goers, not students. Because the quality of education in the country today is something that is very worrisome. One can say that education presently in Nigeria is comatose. You have many things that will really tell you that. For instance, no single commissioner for education among the 19 northern states has his children in public school. the Minister of Education in this country has no children in public institutions of learning. So, but the other 19 are true. One is a lie. So, all the commissioners for education, what I want is that religious leaders should always preach to people. That, for instance, commissioner for education in my state, if his children are not attending public institution of learning, that clearly shows that the education the public institutions are providing is not qualitative. So this is our problem. Thank you very much. So 19 commissioners for education, their children are not attending public school. And if there are some whose children are attending public school, you'll notice that they are less than 10%. So this is very worrisome. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to congratulate the discussants of the paper. They have really done justice to the discussion of the paper. My own comment here is that as religious leaders, always, you look at things in the perspective that you are. I want to remind us, it's just a reminder that I want to remind us, especially the Muslims and those that are not, and our colleagues will see it from the perspective of the Quran, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying in the Quran, ضرب مثل القرية كان آمنة مطمئنة يأتي رزقها رغدا من كل مكان فأذاقهم الله فكفرت لأنعم الله فأذاقهم الله لباس الجوع والخوف بما كانوا يصنعون. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying in the Quran that He's giving us as an example, as the professor has said, Nigeria before, where we had every peace, where we had food, where we had security, where you go to sleep in our area with your doors open. You don't even close it, you go to sleep like that, where every household has everything. And then what happened? He said that their food comes from every direction. They had peace, they had food, they had everything, but then they decided, they decided that this favor that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has done to them, that God has given them, they denied the favor. Then what did God do? He said, and then He clothed them with a cloth of joy. That is hunger. And that is talking about a bag of rice getting to 40,000. Libas al-joy wal-khawf, and then fear. And what is this fear? This fear is insecurity. In Kaduna, they go to a house and they will take your children away in ransom. Even in your house, you are not secure. Not to think of the road. But here is a clear verse where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us what we have done is what we are reaping. He said,
thank you, ma. Thank you, please.
Welcome.
Now, excuse me, please. It's easy for us to talk about the things that are not going well in Nigeria, but we as leaders, we don't obey simple rules. If we must allow others to ask questions, just take a minute and go straight to the point. It's a contribution, it's a question, so that others can ask questions. But when you take the whole of the time, we need to go for lunch. So please, he will call the last two so that we'll go for lunch.
Finished? Has he finished? Yeah, because the people who are, see, those who are raising their hands after we have already, recognized some people. So, Ibrahim, over.
Thank you. I want to join others in commending the speakers and the discussants. Yes, we need to commend them. The point I would like to raise, Professor Yusuf is not on seat. We was among the people that were very happy today to hear from him, from the horse's mouth, about their visit to the bandits. But I want to assure you that that visit or gesture has been heavily characterized by misunderstandings to the extent that it has become a sort of issue that generated a lot of uproar, because many people do not understand why. And they misunderstand the whole thing, but thank you for shedding light on that. Also, the focus of, as far as what is written here is concerned, are the clerics and traditional rulers. While you continue to pour encomiums on these two categories of people, I think in the countdown to election 2023, we need to caution them. We need to caution them because we should be guided by the experiences of what happened before in the countdown to 2019 elections as well. The fact that the privilege they have to guide the people, to talk to the people, the same privilege can be used wrongly from our past experiences. We believe that they have a lot of work to do in become strong advocates for peaceful election, for good candidates, for youth, and so on and so forth. They should do this perfectly well, instead of joining partisan advocates, just as a politician they are trying to correct. Also, I want to suggest that in organizing this type of program in the future, we should identify the leaders of various youth groups and let them be represented here. They are very, very important. Let them listen to what we are saying and let's hear from them. And lastly, yes, you are here, but it's not representative enough. Even the ASU, the nouns themselves, they should be represented in this type of thing. Also, the traditional rulers, I think they have a national body. They should be officially represented. Let's hear from shares of opinions. Let them contribute to whatever we are saying. At the end of the day, let's have a unanimity of purpose so that we identify where we are going. Thank you very much.
Now, back to, no, we'll spend a night here. Back to Bishop Onaha. The CCC. Okay, then Bishop, can you, maybe 4 minutes?
Well, from the feelers we have, we've been asked to stop. I mean, we know that people have wonderful suggestions to make.
My Lord Bishop, could you hear from a young person, just one, me? It'll be unfair, really, it'll be unfair that the young people have no space anywhere, right? Hold on. It's not because I'm speaking, but because my hand has been up, we don't have a space in politics, we don't have a space even here.
Now, excuse me, can you talk now?
I will talk, but let me make the point. So, I thought I should make
Can you hold on? Okay. Now, let's look at the minutes. 2 minutes, want to go.
I'll take it away. I want us to take some clear deliverables from here. There are religious leaders here and also traditional rulers and other opinion leaders here. Some of the things that I pick personally, I touch on the young person. And I work with them because I work with an organization like many of you. We should look beyond all the big things and go to very crucial things that will take away. My takeaway from here is that drug is one of the things fueling insecurity. And that security is fundamental for this nation. And Now we should look around. That without security, as Prof said, there will be no election, there will be no nation. The man who set up tomato factory in Kebbi State, who ran away back to Spain a few days ago because of security. We can go on and on and on. I live in Kaduna. I've been walking around with the youth for the past 1 year in Abakban and Gwanshanu area. For those of you who come from Kaduna, you know the topography of Kaduna. The places where Christians and Muslims live together, they no longer live together. The things that are causing insecurity, we heard from Prof. And all the journeys he has made with Sheikh Kumi. So my takeaway would be, beyond these things we're saying, so that this doesn't end up like one of those talk shows, why don't we now begin to identify them and say, before 2023 election, can we deal with drug as a problem? Can we begin to interface with the young people and see where they are hiding in the hills and under the bridges and everywhere? That's just my point, because if a young person, if you talk about IPOB or anybody, the young person. If you talk about those fighting, the young person, anything, it's within my age bracket. And I think we should take this seriously so that we don't lose sight of the thing.
Thank you. Is there any other youth, if he doesn't speak, will run away? Give to him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, our leaders. My name is Bello Sochukwu Enwere, the National Chairman, Youth Wing Christian Association of Nigeria. It's my pleasure to be here. I have only 2 minutes to say what I want to say. About the youth, which we just mentioned now, but I want to start from this place. When we all came in, we saw representatives of the women, both Christian and Muslims. We saw the representatives of our leaders, our spiritual leaders, our religious leaders were seated, but there is no representation of the youth at the at the high table. Again, people have been raising up their hands, but when the youth will raise up their hands, nobody will answer them. Again, if you look at what happened in the stadium yesterday, you will see there is no religious leader or any of our parents or the elderly ones that perpetrated that evil at the stadium yesterday by destroying what the government built. It is the youth. It is our time, the time to engage the youth properly, starting from here. Let us bring the youth, both the Christian and the Muslim youth together, and organize seminars for them so that Nigeria will be better for all of us. Because what is happening in the country now, it is the youth that is doing it. They are the ones that are doing it. And as well, this will consume all of us if care is not taken. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have been told to stop. And if I don't, I will not be fair to all these people who are hungry. Let me thank all our, Joshua is still going to do that. But if I don't make, based on your reaction, okay, based on the questions, so we'll go back to the table just for quick response if there is any, because they threw some questions to the table.
It just, we have just a minute. Bishop.
Okay. But he said, and the other presenter, no, the other one is there. But you read the paper? Yeah. Yeah, he requested. Give him my phone. Quickly, one minute, respond. The 2 key presenters quickly respond to any gap that you think that if we've not covered will be a problem. Prof.
No, we have to go back to basics. The basis is all our faiths teach us to be good to each other, respect our elders. The role of clerics and traditional rulers are invaluable in our society. Our traditional rulers and our clerics need to see this as a weight and a burden that they all will be asked to account for. And they, on our behalf, as conscience of our people, need to speak to our politicians that do not listen to anybody. I thank you all very much. Sorry, here's good. So there was a question one gentleman asked me about our visit. Was there any difference? Right. So ladies and gentlemen, we were under no illusion at all that one visit alone would do it. The whole purpose of the visit was to listen, not only to the bandits, but to their leaders, to the Ensakai, to the community. That's what we're going out there. It has to continue to be an intense and sustained. What we were ready to do, and we got, was to open a trusted line of communication. Number one, open a trusted line of communication. There's so much mistrust between everybody. Get back to the governors, we'll go back to the governors, we'll go back to the traditional rulers and talk to them. And then all of a sudden the federal government say, oh yeah, they're all terrorists, nobody should. So we backed out. And then we continue to do things quietly. But traditional rulers, religious leaders are the only ones that truly need to come in to achieve sustainable and sincere dialogue, not only with bandits, but all across this country. And I urge everybody to get involved too. Thank you very much.
Okay. I just want to inform the House that one of the discussants, are we together? One of the discussants mentioned that there was need for some references in some of the statistics that we had in my paper. I want to inform that probably they got a draft that didn't have the references. The paper had complete references on most of the statistics we have. Probably I'll ask the DG will send the proper draft that has the statistics for use in future. Two, one Professor Ashley Prof there mentioned about clarifying on the bills at the National Assembly. I think my sister here did that clarification. In the past 3-4 weeks, the women have actually been at the National Assembly to talk about the bills that were thrown out. The bills that were thrown out at National Assembly. Up to last week, there had been a protest at the National Assembly to make sure that those bills that were thrown out, especially the use of it, bills on the 35% bill on so many of the bills that were thrown out, that were gender-sensitive bills that were thrown out. The protest is still on in the National Assembly, was still on up to last week. I don't know of this week. That's why I said that the bills are the form of the National Assembly. But one thing I want to mention critically about our educational system is what my sister was talking about, civic education. There's need for us to rejig our educational system. If you look at some of the industrial or developed world, so-called developed world today, look at the educational system. For example, I look at the education system of Japan. Japan, from first year to 6 years, do not talk anything about education except ethics, civic education, and bringing up the child in the way and manner that he should grow up. First 6 years of the education. That's why you have the Japanese being one of the most responsible children in the world today. Nobody teaches in Japan. You keep your thing here, tomorrow you come back, you see it there. That is civic education. But what we're saying that we need to groom our people from that level, so by the time we are growing up, it becomes a culture. That is part of what we call a culture of peace, culture of stability. If we don't have that, we are going to mix it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. There was an issue raised which gives us responsibility as a people. There is no generation that doesn't have a challenge to manage. And if you think that we are in this world, you wouldn't have problem to manage, then why are you here? You better die. During the time of President Obasanjo, we had the issue of Niger Delta. the pastors met with boys who are angry. If we did not engage the boys, there wouldn't be this oil today that is sustaining the country. And some people have talked about the carrot and the hammer. If not the engagement of faith leaders, Archbishop Ede is here. If not engagement of the faith leaders in the Southeast, not the governors, not the military, not the federal government, there would not have been election in Anambra State. And so what Sheikh and Prof are doing, many people are also doing it to keep the society safe. But it is important that those in authority should not label those who are working behind the curtain, who are doing what government should have done. And those people are doing it without a pay. Giving them bad name makes the society bad.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you all. Of course, you know that it will be extremely difficult to allow all of us ask questions because of the limited time we have. But after tomorrow, if we still have enough time, we'll still accommodate more questions. While I call the chairman of the planning committee to stand by for vote of thanks, please let me give these few announcements. First is that as you leave here, please on the table, please receive your delegate tag. By tomorrow, if you don't have your delegate tag, you may not be allowed to speak because tomorrow is our business meeting and it's strictly for members of IDFP. So please collect your delegate tag at the registration table. Again, you'll be handed the lunch ticket. The lunch ticket, you see the name, either you are going to be eating the Unity Hall or the Mirabel Hall. Check very well so that you don't board the vehicle going to Sokoto and you enter the one going to Kaduna. You may be turned back when you're almost close to the venue. So please, either you're going to Unity or Mirabel Hall. At the door, they will direct you wherever you are going. Please, it's important. Again, yes, Unity is there, Mirabel is there. They will direct you if you still can't find it. Please, if you are still having issues with accommodation, while actually, I think the apology will come at the right time with the hotel messing up some accommodations yesterday. But if you have not been sorted out, please meet our people there at the registration desk so that you'll be sorted. If you have any other issue at all, please do not hesitate to go to the registration table. And again, tomorrow our meeting starts at 10 on the dot. Just like today, we pray that we finish before lunch so that we have time to rest. We have a bag that is missing, is one of the conference bags, a bag with lemon green handle. I think someone gave to another to keep, but cannot identify who. Please, if you have a bag that is not yours, bring to us so that we can take it back to the owner. Thank you very much. Let me call the chairman of the accommodation committee. Please, your reimbursement form is important. You fill it out, hand it in behind the logistic table behind. If you've not filled that form, please do that and hand it behind there for necessary actions. May I call on Imam Joshua Adamu to give a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to IDFP for giving us the enabling environment, free hand, and support towards the success of this General Assembly. Today, you would agree with me that it has been a huge success. through the papers and the verbal exposition and expression of our discussants. To this end, we say thank you very much, IDFP. Again, we would like to thank the board of trustee members who have been here. They have given us their wise counsels at individual and collective levels towards the success of the General Assembly. We say thank you, and we appreciate your coming. We appreciate your contributions. Our guest speakers, words may elude us if we go further to say much. But what we have received, what we have seen, and what you have given us has made us to say that there would have not been any better time than this for you to grace our occasion. Thank you very much for availing yourself for us to benefit from you and for Nigeria and Nigerians to hear your voices. Thank you very much, our distinguished guest presenters. To our discussants, we have heard, we have seen, and we have touched. I will single out my mentor, my professor, my everything as far as my being is concerned. I am standing here to talk to you because of one single person. You may not know. That's Professor Teso Abian. He has been my mentor. He has been my mentor from the scratch. He has been my compass, my philosopher, my social Trinitarian, and in every way. I thank you very much, sir, and we want to thank you for making yourself available here today and for us to see and hear you express yourself to us. Associate Professor Medina, thank you exceedingly. No wonder Alhaji Kulesani said, this is the person that will come and talk to us. We have seen it, we have touched it, and we have known you today. We will always like to relate with you on such occasions. Our dear Sheikh, my brother from Plateau State, has presented, and we thank him so exceedingly very well for the time he has spent with us here. My dear sister from Kaduna, Dr. Lydia Umar, we have interacted on different occasions. I've heard you, we have talked one-on-one. Today, we have had her. Thank you very, very much. Our fellows, Kaisit fellows, we thank you. You have always been an encouragement to us. We have been encouraged, we are always encouraged by your commitment and by your presence with us. Thank you so very much for making out time to be with us. Our respected, revered religious leaders, words may not be enough to convey our gratitude to you for sticking and gluing yourselves to your seats throughout the presentations of these papers and this particular day. Honestly, I was just watching keenly to see how far you can go, but you have been very, very rapt and glued to your seat. And all these things wouldn't have been possible without our founders, Kaisit. On this note, I want us please and please to give a resounding applause to Kaisit for giving us everything that we require for us to be here. Dr. Atang, please extend our sincere appreciation to our funders, our sincere gratitude to our funders, and our pledge for complete commitment in every sphere of the interactions of IDFP and in our commitment to this Nigerian project. Thank you very much for coming. Our rapporteurs, our ushers, our ICT people, our journalists, reporters, correspondences, and all attachments. Thank you very, very much. And on this note, I want to say, may the heavens that made it possible for us to be here take each and every one of us back to our respective places of residence. Thank you, and may God bless.
Please, we have not closed. We are still coming here tomorrow, so don't think that this is a vote of thanks to go home. Put your hands together to the co-chairman. Please, coach, the chairman planning committee of this assembly. May we all rise? You know, he spoke and forgot that we've been patient. He wants to give us the name, patient. May we all rise as we sing again as our final prayers. Our national anthem stands as 2, O God of creation. That will be our last prayer. Let's go, the media. Let's go. Guide our leaders, help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow and live in just and peace. Great lofty heart to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Please remember Mirabel Unity. See you here tomorrow, 10 a.m. on the dot. Please get your tag. Check your ticket. I had announced it before. Go to Mirabel, go to Unity, get your tag, your delegate tag along. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, ICT. Thank you, our staff and all the supporting staff. Thank you.